Assalamu alaikum. Do. Hello out there to the world. Welcome, misfits, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Blah, blah, blah,
It's one of those people. That's right.
One of
You're
those.
in for it. You're in for it now.
Why Islam is the truth?
Apparently
or rather, our look at a video that makes the claim. Along with our fabulous commentary on top. Hi.
Best commentary.
Best
Tremendous commentary.
So there's going to be so much commentary. So come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we put Muhammad in the hot seat.
Yeah. Normally, you'd have to pay to be in Amy's hot seat, but Muhammad will get a complimentary ride today.
I normally charge by the hour, but I guess I'm going to give Muhammad
a freebie.
Yeah. All right. Look at that. Free. But he's got to work for it, baby. Anyway, woohoo! I want to thank everyone out there on the intertubes. This is your time to connect your 5G vaccine. That's right. Trying to connect through password. It's always a freaking pain in the ass. Anyway, if you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Woo-hoo. And hit that. Woo-hoo. Exactly. And hit that bell icon so you can see our premieres like episode 2 of Talk Skeptic to Me, origin stories of humankind, and
how God made Gumby. Gumby, yeah. God and Gumby.
Live stream. Hi,
hey guys.
Gumby. Gumby is equally as powerful as God. Or who knows? We'll find out tonight.
He's more real than God, so I think
I will say we do have. Well, you could say there's video evidence of both Gumby and God, because at least they purport to put God on there. Though every time that they show him, it's always like kind of the thing that we make fun of. They're like, "There's really a Sky Daddy in the." Oh, you're showing it. You're talking to a cloud. Okay.
Back to your padded room, Newman. Did you not take your lithium this morning?
Did you know in the beginning of the universe there was only hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium? Even the universe needed to chill right after the Big Bang. Anyway, we're a skeptic channel, but after the loving video that we're going to watch tonight, which I'm sure will be packed filled with wisdom,
we may end up converting Islam. It's possible.
You never know. Anyone can join our channel because we'll be opening up the open mic. So anyone can say what's on their mind, whether you're atheist or theist, liberal or conservative. Come as you are, though these are just shake weights, trying to be on a good diet. Though, you know, a funny thing about that, I've been thinking so often, I don't really know if I believe in diets. People diet, but really, it's just eating healthy. I eat like crap. I should probably eat better. But I don't know if it would be a diet as much people know. The donut, because what a diet is like a select group of time. And you're just like, screw this. I'm going to just be healthy for like here. But then after I have completely changed everything, I can go back to the donuts, and it'll be fine.
It works for a while anyway. It does work for a while.
It works. Do you know why it works for a while? Do you know what a diet is? You know what it truly is? You decide to eat healthy for a segment of time. You're like, I'm going to eat correctly for this amount of time. And hopefully, after I'm done eating correctly for this amount of time, maybe the fat won't notice. Like, maybe it'll just be like, hey, guys, we really bugged, Bob or Becky over here.
Well, I'll tell you what does work. What does work is a month-long stay in Jackson Memorial Hospital down in Miami. The food there is so terrible that what the inmates at the jail eat probably tastes better than that. And you will basically not eat for the whole time you're there. Yeah. You might pick and nibble at a couple things, but it's basically unedible.
You're kind of like, wow, this meatloaf is amazing.
How bad could it be? And then you put it in your mouth, and then, it's terrible.
Yes. Are we still talking about food? Right. Hospital diet. Hospital diet.
Not your meat offering, Amy. We're not talking about
meat offering.
The meat offering.
But yes, you can also find our Patreon page. The transitions here from patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Wet for the Head, and also, once again, don't care if it's Fat Thor, don't care if it's Sexy Thor with kind of like
Dad bod Thor.
Back, slicked haircut. Woo! Thank you, KO Champ.
Maybe permed hair like Bob Ross style.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. You just have to subscribe to the Commander Girl Dick level. But really, is Bob Ross, what we really need to do is that Kenneth guy. The guy who really is just like,
Kenneth Copeland.
Money, Kenneth Copeland. That is who we really need to have on our radar.
Bob Ross
is...
No, you're thinking of Bob Larson. Bob Ross is a guy who did a 80s and 90s TV show, Painting, where he would talk in a very calm, monotone voice.
Yes.
Show people how to paint pictures. The guy with the permed poof hair.
This will sound like terrible, but it's how I relate. But Deadpool had a scene dressing up like him. No, I love Bob Ross because Bob Ross is, if there's a trinity of very calm guys. The other guy, the guy with the vest,
Mr. Rogers.
I think, Mr. Rogers, and then I'm trying to think of another, maybe Carl Sagan. But there's like a good trifecta of just quite fabulous people that we have now missed, that we're just very calm and just basically we're like, listen, people, thinking is awesome. Remember to hug everybody.
Well, Bob Ross, he spent 20 years he was a master sergeant in the Air Force. So he spent most of his career basically yelling at and berating airmen who were under him, and he decided when he left the military he didn't want to ever yell at anybody again. He was going to be nice to everybody. Looks like he did.
I was going to say, quite the transition. But well, sometimes, after you go through so much grit, it probably feels nice to just spread happiness to the world.
Yeah, you're kind of forced to be a dick because it's part of your job, but it's not really you.
You have to be extremely exactly. You have to be extremely serious in those type of situations, and so it's hard to spread cheer and joy.
Those girl dick situations. Yeah.
But they are needed. So both sides are needed, but we're happy he spent time giving joy anyway. Shouting. But also, odds from the Atheist Roundtable and Tang, baby. Tang gang.
Cast iron pans, too.
Woohoo! Well, yes. Once again, I am pansexual. So if you ever wanted to know what Amy's sexual orientation is, it is non-stick. always has been. Anyway, are you looking to have better conversations? Well, this October,
Yes.
a non-believers event is happening where we can come together and have better conversations. Aren't we all looking for that, ladies and gentlemen? Atheist, theist, we're all looking to just talk to each other.
Yep.
Better. Anyway, sending love to Ian Davenport.
Thank you, Ian. Watch it on Facebook. Our Facebook
I
friend.
know. Sending love to both our Twitch stream, everyone out there on YouTube, and of course, we are live right now out there on the Facebooks. Hi, Mark Zuckerberg. Woohoo!
Oh, yeah. Get Mark Zuckerberg
Yes.
the ad revenue. He needs it.
Exactly.
And,
Thank
see
you.
if our buddy is in Twitch from last time, the guy who was such a big fan of yours.
I know. I guess I can't help but say it. There was a guy that just came on. First of all, hot. Second of all, he was just like, "Are you the boy, the girl, the boy, the girl, the boy, the girl?" Blah, 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 blah. Like, not joking. 7, 9 times. Have I underestimated?
Several times, yeah.
Like,
yeah, it was several times.
And I just finally said, "I'm a Tyrannosaurus."
There you go.
Hell yeah, baby. But
It is
my
what it
arms
is,
actually
people.
go out here. You know, sometimes the model just works here.
Well,
So,
you know, Ken Hovind, as a matter of fact, has said that
Herman.
those arms on the Tyrannosaurus Rex were probably really weak. Like, you would probably just be able to go up and rip one of them off. Yeah.
Ken Hovind said this. Buy my Seminar DVD, couple water DVD.
Yeah, you could rip one of those arms off and they'd probably bleed to death right there just from that. So, never mind. The estimates were that each one could hold like over 500 pounds on its
Where
own.
does he get this? Does he just think it says it in the Bible? There's somewhere that it says Tyrannosaurus arms can be breakable? Or did he just decide to half use what he thought of was the naturalist model, and then he's like, yeah, totally, KFC, break apart.
He was saying that the dinosaurs were on the flood on Noah's Ark, so why don't we have dinosaurs now? And he was saying that, well, the people hunted them after the flood. It's like, how would you hunt as a human a Tyrannosaurus Rex? You could eat like 100 people before you would ever be able to do any type of damage to it. And
there's a reason.
Those arms were pretty weak and puny. You could probably just rip one of them off. You could bleed to death right there. Like the Death Star having that one little thing where the whole thing will blow up if you can just hit this one little target. Kind of like that.
It was a massive creature. I guess you could say Death. The thing with the Death Star is that is like a plumbing problem that they created specifically so the bullets would go in. There is no. If you go up to a Tyrannosaurus Rex and your tactic was to go for the arms, let me tell you, buddy. Can I have your gym membership before you do this? I mean, do you have any?
You'll probably still be conscious when you're hitting that stomach acid in his stomach, and you're gonna think, "Well, that was a bad idea."
But James. Just like the stomach of a big fish. What if Kent Hovind, after being swallowed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, after going for the arms, of course, he could survive in there because Yahweh wanted him to learn something that day. And that something is, I guess, natural selection does work.
Like Daniel in the Lion's Den, Kent Hovind in the Tyrannosaurus.
I'm sorry? Yep.
Yeah. Ken Hovind in the Tyrannosaurus, Daniel in the Lion's Den.
Yes, exactly. Well, they always make these references, whether they are picked on, because if sometimes they'll be like, this is the... if we're actually trying to pick apart the passages, they'll be like, of course, there will be the naysayers. It's like, yes, because they wrote the book. They wrote that is something...
Yeah, they knew. They knew, like, okay, people are not going to believe. They're going to look at this and shake their head.
The greatest trick that Satan ever committed was to make you think he didn't exist.
Yeah.
Funny enough, the greatest trick that God has done for us is to make you think he doesn't exist. Wow, they both are doing magic tricks tonight. Buy tickets, folks.
Well, the thing is, we've seen so far in the Bible, we've seen evidence of them claiming God exists. We haven't seen any clear references to Satan yet. He's you can imply that he was the snake, but it's not clear from the text that that's
And I
true.
will say, I do believe, I do declare, that there is no reference to a Satan, because Satan doesn't exist until Christianity does like a retcon. They bring the serpent back, and they're like, listen, serpent, you haven't been away for a while. You've been lifted and stuff. Look, what if
your legs there?
Hear me out. We bring you back. We give you a whole new premise. We're going to make you this, like, kick. You're going to be the archnet. You know how you were able to foil God basically in chapter 1? Imagine that for a long time. Be great. Be great.
Yeah. I mean, by the time we get to, I think, once we get to, like, Isaiah later on there's going to be vague references to a devil, but
there are demons.
Wait a while before.
I do know they believe in demons, but it's not like Satan. It's like, it's not, there isn't the connection, if that makes sense. It's like the snake is over here, and there are demons, bad jinns, and all this other stuff. And then that kind of, I guess,
Genesis 1 was added way after everything else. Like the earliest writings of Genesis didn't start with the garden. They started with Abraham because they just didn't know what happened. Then later on they went back and said, okay, we have to give a story for how the world came to be. And
yeah. Well, I mean, these were people just trying to figure out the world. I mean, whether or not we can't guess, we can only guess intent for some. Others, the scale is that we'll start with lying over here, but also wrong. I mean, come on. There's just a lot of wrong out there, which the two schmucks, we are wrong all the time. It is generally not about an all-powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing, powerful creator of the universe that would make 1984 look like a Christmas Carol, but nonetheless, it does make us go bleep, bleep, bleep.
All the damn time.
We're just trying to work out the logistics of all
day, every day.
Religions. Bleep, bleep, if you know what I mean. Love you, Grumpy.
They can't all be right, but they can't all be wrong.
They can all be wrong. Funny enough, I don't know. Like I say, there are the weak atheists and the strong atheists. I kind of look at myself as, can I have a medium? It's just there are specific gods that really seem to not exist. That, the very first person, I don't get why they're not talking. But anyway,
unfortunately, the more details they give, the easier it is to eliminate them.
Well, exactly. Then you have to prove them. Once you give details, and in some ways, the Quran goes into more details on some of the things like heaven and hell. But once you do that, I would then strap a camera and let's get it on, baby. Let's get some recordings out there. But whatever, nonetheless, do it to me, baby. All of the skeptics, because, we can't help. We're not cynics, but Dale Pastel. We're just skeptics. You know what I mean?
Except for Titan. He's immortal, time-traveling cyborg atheist.
Oh my god, the time travel series have been off the bomb recently. Just sending love to all of our fantasy creators out there. And as long as you don't believe it literally. Woohoo! Love you, Dale.
Woohoo.
And that thick earth. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, it could be. Hold on. I can't, James. I can't make it flat. Dave Gar, James, can you make it flat?
Dave Gar could.
Dave Gar could.
I mean, get that cast iron pan for Oz, put it under that, and just put a bunch of heavy stuff on it. Maybe it'll flatten it out. Or your shake weights, baby.
I'll press. Nothing.
Is it flat?
Nothing.
No.
I tried.
Pancake Earth, folks. Pancake
Earth. I know. It's our fisheye eyes, James. Remember, fisheye eyes.
Davey, I used to say that as a joke. I never thought somebody would actually make that argument. But that's the thing. You can never doubt a flurfer because no matter how you can't parody them because no matter how ridiculous you get, they'll go there.
They will. I mean,
go there.
It's also not to keep us on topic, but Bibble and I've seen Islamic
flat
earthers. They all and deistic and I don't know. They actually seem to be more fundamentalists, but the tie is
some of them don't talk about it as much, so they're very vague. More like
let me tell you something interesting story that they don't like to talk about it at all. They take a page from the pre-suppers handbook where they don't want to really bring up that factoid, even though it's kind of like a hard, because there are some flat earthers where they just talk, we're trying to talk about science, and then you kind of like prod that balloon and just a little poke manages to hit and it goes, oh, of course I'm doing this because you guys all hate God. It's like, what? I'm sorry. What was that again? It's like,
you're going to hell.
You're going to hell. That is why you reprobates don't want to believe in a flat earth. It's like,
you're going to go in the snake with R and Ra.
Yo, he is. He never talked about, he said he was agnostic about a flat earth, but he's just talking about a core. Anyone that says, hello, would you like to talk about the core of the earth? You just need to walk away slowly. No, I'm just kidding. Snake Guy, please come join us again.
Well,
come join us.
I don't know, Amy. Have you been down there? Have you seen the core of the earth? Have you been there?
I did. I'm pretty sure Nicolas Cage went with me. We were trying to save the Declaration of Independence again, but nonetheless.
From the Satan-loving cyborg reptilian monsters that live on the moon?
Talking about my parents. No. The space lizards. Once again, though, I will say, I have to say, if my Jewish family, if they control the world, I should not have to pay for Netflix. I feel like that should just be on the table, Anyway.
Wait, you do pay for Netflix?
And Disney Plus. Disney Plus.
And,
see my page.
But
Disney Plus definitely.
I get Netflix for free with T-Mobile. I like it. It's a good deal. Yeah. Netflix on T-Mobile.
I mean, hey, this is the era of streaming. Hello, Internet. But it really is. It's kind of great. It has, I want to go out and see movies again, like on the bigger screen. Who knows if we will, because speaking of sequels, COVID is trying to have its times too. But nonetheless. Nonetheless. Oh, my. Streaming has conquered. They used to make fun of when it was just like sending out the DVDs.
Netflix, mailing DVDs.
But it was a smooth transition. If you're already trying to handle content, they were just like, hey, we got the CDs. What if we were to just take the CDs and we were to like upload it online?
Yeah. They just needed to wait for the bandwidth to get that high that they could do that on a wide scale.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly. Because it's hard to do on the AOLs and the
on 3G, 2G. It's
Yes. No, James. Do you know what it works wonderful on? Our 5G vaccines. It just boop, 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 right comes right through. That's why you need to get your vaccine, folks. Just get chipped. You already have your phone. Come on.
They probably already chipped you with the devil chip when you were born. You know, they do that blood stick in the foot to
it just amazes
check you for
me.
Genetic abnormalities and whatnot.
Like, I am as chaotic and trying to I definitely have my tango with the law. Oh, I love you, law. It has its advantages. Nonetheless, it just amazes me that these people think that they could outsmart like the FBI and the CIA and just all of these. Where's my James? The chemtrails? That's how they get you. And then once they get them, they get the frogs. And they turn the frogs gay. And then once the frogs are gay, you turn gay.
But what if you were already gay? Do you turn straight? Or you just become super gay? Or super straight?
There you go. You become super gay straight. Which is where you just start blowing
like you've become so straight you're gay, but
I have transcended straightness to where all I do is shake weights. No matter if the
18 hours
male
a day.
or female shake weight. 18 hours, exactly. Anyway. Did we? I feel like did we?
You did Dave
we skipped, but did we? I feel like I skipped too long. I feel like I missed 3 princesses in 1. Diana Smith. How
you feel what?
can you finally? Now's a good time to go shopping. I have pink. Okay. But yes, thank you, Diana.
Thank you, Diana. Woo-hoo.
I like pink. I also like teal. And also, pink and teal is a good mix. You kind of look like a lollipop, nonetheless.
And sports.
Sometimes you want to be licked. Anyway, exactly. Also, we were talking about Talk Skeptic to me. Pat, who is safely at home from across the pond, sending love from all the viewers across the pond. And also Pat. Woohoo!
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Pat. And also, lead hyena. Scott Dirk.
Hey, Scott.
I love hyenas. And all cats. All kitties and all doggoos are always welcome on the stream. Sometimes they have the most intelligent thing to say on the stream. So daring yet so true. Nonetheless, last but not least, Thespian Skull. Go check out. We are past episode 40 of our Skeptic Bible study.
It's amazing. We are digging deep into that book.
We're digging deep because we're only on the 4th book of 66, 68 of books of the Bible. Whew. But we're having fun, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you to Regos and all of our Patreons who enable us to make this fun content, along with our mods and, of course, viewers like you.
Yeah, we love you guys.
And all right.
I think with the Bible study, we've gotten to maybe 3 or 4 things so far that actually make sense or that are not
that have true actual
horrible.
Wisdom. Yes,
about
exactly.
killing somebody or selling someone into slavery or beating somebody with a rod, which is most of it.
It's not that there isn't no good things in the Bible. It's that if for a holy text, you would just think the ratio would be, I don't know, better than 50-50. It's not even, do you think it's 50-50, James? I feel like we're at like 10, even that, being generous.
I think it's like 97-3, maybe. Something like, maybe that's being overly generous, but yeah.
I mean, you would think from just the all-knowing seeing creator. Nonetheless, that's not the topic of tonight.
Penis be upon him.
Penis be upon, exactly. What are we talking about tonight? Why Islam is the truth? Is it?
We'll find out.
I'm a bit skeptical. Yeah, we'll find out.
Gizmo's not sold yet either.
I know. Gizmo, were you buying it?
He's not buying it. Now, Mohammed came up with a can of cat food and cat treats. He would probably be all on board with that.
Yeah, well, if he was giving out catnip, right, then he would at least get all the cats. I hear that it's actually, in Islam, it's like they're not so happy about things like dogs, but they're much more happy towards things like cats. But I can't help it. I like both equally. I just love the entire branch of carnivore. And so anyone who talks down to the branch of carnivore, we got problems.
Talk to Amy,
I know. Are you seals? Adorable. Absolutely adorable.
Even I have to say, of all people, I heard a guy named Joshua, who's not allowed in Chuck E. Cheese, say that he gets upset when he hears about people mistreating kitties and that he likes animals. So
I know. Hey,
a broken clock is right twice a day. But
and all right, not only am I skeptical about Islam, I'm skeptical about the entire notion of prophets. Last prophet, first prophet, hot prophet. Ooh, those are good at 2 a.m. If you ask me, the whole middleman with God routine seems like a scam. Oh, we'd let you meet my supernatural boyfriend, but he's from Canada. Why do these schmucks get to have one-on-one prep talks with the big G-man? And us other schmucks have to pray 5 times a day. And every time you say the prophet's name, you must say Reese's Pieces be upon them. Seems a bit extra, doesn't it? I mean, he's already in heaven, banging strippers or whatever with that harem of girls they get. Because no matter how many times they'll tell you they're not like Christianity, they sure did take Christianity versions of hell and run with it. Which once again is an evil concept. No matter how bad someone is, burning someone forever makes them the supervillain. Though in Islam, there are many levels of hell. So if you're into DLC, torture porn, this may be for you. Then there are the supposed miracles the Quran makes. Was it a miracle that a man couldn't read or write, had a book, Written? No. Sorry. But all you need to have a book written is to hire others to do so. Like a former president, wink, wink, who spoke to the author about what he wanted done. And the actual author did the writing. Wow. How could this possibly have happened?
Wrong.
Excuse me. Some people were saying that I was the best prophet. Anyway, how about those scientific miracles? After all, how are we supposed to know a fetus look like chewed gum? Ooh, science.
Or the gender of ants.
Yeah, the gender of ants. Wow, even plants do it. Ants do it. Wow, amazing. Totally needed a deity for that. Anyway, I don't know. They saw a woman have a miscarriage? You know, when people say this isn't rocket science, good. That expression times 1,000. Okay, how about the actual miracles? The stuff Muhammad would do as a final act and before he brought out David Blade. Well, he did, after all, ride in a unicorn. Oh, my bad.
Wrong.
And a buraka, or a winged animal, with a human head. And once again, wings? What? Bringing that logic on board, Muhammad split the moon, causing a large scar that they claim stands even to this day.
NASA's got the picture.
I know. NASA sounds like some NASA. The NASA shills are going to have to look into that. So, how did Muhammad breathe? Well, logistics can go fuck themselves. I am not sure how this proves a deity either. It would be amazing, but I'm fairly sure that makes Muhammad the first astronaut. I guess check out next week for Islam in space. You know, that's even if a Muslim defends the faith themselves. What ends up happening with the atheists? Talk to Muslims is that they retreat back to deism, which is common. The Catholics and the presuppositional apologetics do this too. I mean, how do we even know what's real? How do you know you're not a brain in a vat? Are you telling me fizzing chemicals can speak to each other? Sir? This is Wendy's. What about cosmological arguments? Could we infer God from looking at aspects of cause, contingency, or change? No. Or at least not without smuggling in the conclusion. For example, let's take the Kalam. For premise 1, does everything that begins to exist have a cause? Well, begins to exist in shady, vague language. Everything in the universe actually comes from the Big Bang. Or at least that's the current furthest back we can go. And since matter and energy can't be created or destroyed, it's actually just been changing forms until it became us. about premise 2? The universe began to exist. Did it? Once again, the Big Bang isn't a creation event. It's an expansion. Merely a single point of matter going out in every direction. So, we can't really say what came before the dot, or if it's always been that way. So, when the Kalam's collusion claims that the universe has a cause, I can't agree. And if we wanted to know the answer, I don't think it's going to come from philosophy. I actually think the theists are using the wrong tool here, which is what atheists are often told when we want empirical evidence. Of course, the all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe can't interact in the physical realm. Damn you, humans, foiled again by science. Which is why I'm convinced this being does not have conversations with its believers. If so, it would not be this difficult to get a response. In fact, I've met, if any, theists for whom God talks back in audible words. Sure, I know lots of theists who claim they talk to God. Though, when it's time for his ass to respond, hey, nothing but crickets. Makes believing in this deity a little bit hard. No matter what flavor the follower comes in. So, why Islam is the truth? It's not. It's the same non-truth all religions offer to the world's toughest questions. Platitudes and fuzziness. But if you're looking for concrete evidence, something that we can stick in a lab or under a microscope.
Stick in.
Oh, yeah, baby. Well, you know, of that mind that is everywhere at once and cares what you stick up your butt, you'll have to look elsewhere. Thank you. Woohoo! All right, James. What do you think? Islam? Truth?
Well, I'm going to take a thing out of Big Screen Bird's thing and say, don't ask me to go after you just do a epic rant like that, because you just hit everything. You hit everything really well on that. So I don't know what more I can add to that. But we're gonna see what the Muslims have to say today. So we're gonna be looking at a Muslim video trying to prove that Islam is the true religion. And just like anything, we're going to try our best to look at it with an open mind. But like in the past, we haven't seen much in terms of conclusive evidence. And it seems like we're going to hear more vague arguments for theism, which is what we usually get. But be that as it may, we're still going to look at it with an open mind. But this is something that we've been talking about a lot lately. We had a debate on Islam last week on a proposed Islamic theocracy. We've got current events and things around the world going that have to do with this. So it's something that we're going to be talking about more and more from time to time. We do spend quite a lot of time talking about Christianity, but we don't want to give the impression that we only care about Christianity, because we're going to, our goal here is to debunk all religion, to show that none of them make sense. In fact, they're all very, very similar. And these two right here, well, Christianity and Islam, are one of the ones that are easier to debunk. Actually, I think you're going to find that when you're looking at the first early stages of the arguments between Islam and Christianity, they actually sound a lot alike. Actually, I think it's almost like they're ready to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, until you get to this whole business with the Trinity, which is where they both go off the rails. And it doesn't end well after that. But before that, a lot of it's the same, just vague notions of a necessary being, a creator. And like I've said before, it really all boils down to, you can sum it all up. All they really have is, why is there something rather than nothing? You don't know, therefore God. Which is to say that this is a very difficult question. It's a very complicated question. Something that we're working on trying to understand. We understand it a little bit better than we did centuries ago, when the only tool we had was religion to understand things like this. Now we're actually trying to use tools that work. And no, we haven't solved everything in the matter of a couple hundred years. It doesn't work like that. The universe is nearly 14 billion years old. We've really only been looking at it empirically with the scientific method for a few hundred years. So no, we haven't solved everything. We haven't got it all figured out. But we are doing a hell of a lot better now than we were 200 years ago, and a hell of a lot better than we were doing 1,500 or 2,000 years ago. But we're not there yet. There's still more discoveries to be made. And there are amazing discoveries that will be made after our life. When we're dead and gone, our children and grandchildren, they'll be making discoveries we couldn't even imagine of today. And they're doing that using science, by embracing reality, not by mindlessly reading old holy books that really have very little to offer us in terms of science or in terms of understanding reality. Useful to understand history and the literature of the time, but it's not useful for understanding anything to do with reality. So we haven't got everything solved. We're working on it, but we don't quite understand yet. Even if humanity ever really is able to put together a coherent explanation for the why something exists, I tend to think we will at some point be able to understand it a lot better than we do today, but will we ever be able to truly understand it? We might not be able to, because it just might be something that is so beyond our ability to comprehend that we're just never going to be able to really understand it, which actually sounds a lot like how the religious people sound when you start asking them for, you start asking for questions like, where did your God come from? Or what is your God? Like, we can't know that. He's way too big and complicated. We would never understand it in our current form. It's a complete mystery. We have no idea. He comes from nowhere, yet he exists. That doesn't make sense to us. But when we get to heaven, he'll explain it to us. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Everything is fine. It's okay with not understanding, not having a coherent explanation for why their God exists. But they're really up in arms that we don't have a complete explanation for why the universe exists, or for that matter, how abiogenesis happened, which we also are doing lots of research right now today. You can bet there's a scientist somewhere looking into abiogenesis research. And again, we've really only been doing research on that for maybe 100 years roughly. And no, we haven't solved that riddle either, but we have gotten a lot further than we were when we started. We know you can get amino acids which are organic compounds, from inorganic compounds. We know you can get step one. All those other steps are a lot complicated, and we are not close to, or not really even close to being able to make life in the laboratory. But again, we've only just been started. And you have to picture yourself on Earth 3 or 4 billion years ago. You literally had billions of test tubes all over the Earth, different chemicals and different compounds and different environments. And no, we don't know exactly which one of them it was that began to self-replicate, but we will find out one day. I'm sure we'll have a decent model for that. And then the theists can find something else to argue about. They can try to find another gap to hide their God in. But as always, we will be there. Science will be there to chase their God out of that gap. And let's see what Islam has in store for us today.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, James. And all right, before we do that, and Moonlight wants to watch too, but woohoo! I know exactly. Sending love to Pat, and then hi, quick. Exactly. Can always need more. And Patrick also says the best thing about Islam is that it proves that each new iteration of the Abrahamic faiths aren't really each new iteration of the Abrahamic faiths really are improvements of the earlier ones, just repicking the same old bullshit. And I will say, all of them really do have their downsides, and they haven't gotten much better unless you just cafeteria that stuff and just ignore half of it. But once you start a new religion, like the Mormons, they could be extremely fundamentalist about all of their things, and except for maybe incorporating space, all of that stuff is crazy. No, not crazy. I almost went into ad hominem land. Because they all, let's just go with no evidence. No. Well, James got taken by Satan, and he's back. And why am I reading those comments? Well,
can you hear me, Amy? Am I coming
yes,
in good?
I can. Welcome back. Well, we're about to.
So I can now confirm that the devil's real, Satan's real. I just talked to him.
Well, we've been trying to sell timeshares. You finally met with the boss?
Yeah, but he's really upset. You're not doing a good enough job pushing puberty blockers on kids. You need to really crank that up. Alex Stein is eating your lunch. Alex Stein is destroying your lunch. You remember that whole thing with the school board and whatnot. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I mean, you got to keep on. Something interesting that we're thinking about today, I forget which stream it was on. Was it Myth Vision? But the guest was just talking about how they never explicitly said that Sodom and Gomorrah was about gay people. Like, that is something that we have interpolated within recent years. But the question to ask yourself, it was an entire city of everyone was gay? I mean, how did they? Let's ask the Christian once again, or the Jew, or whoever the hell believes in this story. How are they procreating back then? Was someone just spawning children? I don't know.
Well, I think there's revision on both sides on that one, because I think the Christians would rather not have it be their God just killing a bunch of people for being gay. So they.
Well, I think a lot of them also. It depends. Some of them like that. It's because of that. They go, no.
Some of them do.
Have the gay marriage because of the destroyed.
It's not a good selling point. It's not a good talking point, and
not at all.
A lot of them feel that it sounds pretty dumb for God to do that. So the apologetic I've heard them use is that it was because they were guests in the city, and the people were being mean to the guests. They weren't being hospitable because they wanted to rape the guests. So that's really why God got mad at them. I mean, I mean, it makes sense that because you see all throughout the book, you see that it's apparent that these authors did not like homosexuality. They did not regard it as something acceptable.
They found
did.
Grandpa.
They didn't.
Threw it at them.
No, they did not find it something that was good or acceptable. They didn't like it. It was icky to them. They didn't want to see it, and they wanted to kill people who did it. So,
exactly.
I mean, it makes sense that their God would also have those same values, and that, hey, you've got a whole city of them together, might as well just kill them all.
Well,
while
I
they're
think,
all
like,
congregated
just like
together.
you said, I think it got retconned. So it's like over here we hate gays, and then there is Sodom and Gomorrah where everyone was supposedly evil and sinning, and there's this message like we want to get to know them. And at least the person I believe on Myth Vision was saying the actual interpretation, who knows the actual interpretation is supposed to be, but was that they were trying to get to know them because it was like a cutthroat either village or something like that, and they wanted to actually know who these people were. I can't help it. I have to go full props tonight, baby. Full props. Who knows what the actual interpretation is, but they sure use that to kill a lot of gays. Use those passages. So
right.
I always love when they bring up Sodom and Gomorrah because it's like, yes, he's the evil guy. You see the guy nuking a town? Ask yourself, did the God need to do that? Did the all-seeing powerful? Okay, sure.
Did he need to flood the earth? Did he need to kill all the babies and animals and the bunnies and the dogs and the cats? Yeah. Did he need to do all that? No.
Doesn't seem like it. But all right, we're now going to spend some time watching the other viewpoint. We'll be watching live in chat for your questions, comments, and thought bubbles. So feel free to tag me at Amy Newman.
They've been doing that already.
And James will see. If you'd like to your post, woohoo, read on screen. With that, let's take a look at someone who seems to disagree with us. Without further ado, why Islam is the truth, along with us schmucks.
Ooh. That's the Earth not looking flat right off the bat.
Oh, see? Not empirically, but we'll take rational.
Rationally.
What you got?
يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تنزعي.
I'm sure they find that singing to be meaningful, but yeah.
Well, no, I mean a cappella. The reason they do a cappella is because there are certain fundamentalist forms of Islam do not allow stringed instruments. So nonetheless, I mean, some of that stuff can be very pretty. It's not that. It's just that, I mean, it better sound pretty because you got nothing. What else do you have? You have some other instruments, but you're knocking off instruments for God. So it's nonetheless God's
I just remember the video of the Christian pastor who was in a Muslim country, and when he heard that music going at like 4, 5, 6 in the morning, and they said, they're like, oh, that's the call to prayer. You'll get used to it. And he's like, no, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I love it. Okay.
It just reminds me of when you hear something once, it sounds pretty. Hear it once, it sounds pretty. But then when you have work the next morning, it's going off at 5 a.m. And all right, nonetheless, let's begin God's existence.
Consider this beautiful painting of nature. If I told
you Bob Ross
randomly fell onto the paper and made it by chance, how crazy would you think I was? You would instantly deny this and tell me that a painter designed it. If something like a painting must have a designer,
and
how about something?
starting off with a good old watchmaker, of course.
Yep.
Already kind of trying to say that, well, we look at all these designs, which is a loaded word, in my opinion, when using it here, because you're trying to prove that we are a design. But
some things are designed, therefore everything must be designed.
Therefore, everything must be designed.
Far more complex, like the universe. Just like the painter used different colors and techniques to draw the painting, the universe is also finely tuned to perfection by many fundamentals.
Fine-tuning argument here.
Fine-tune.
We're just ruin the painting.
Putting markers on the table.
Similarly, if the fine-tuning of the universe were to change even by the smallest amount, it would no longer exist.
Yeah, once again...
Then we wouldn't be here. So if we couldn't be here, then we wouldn't be here.
Yes, there would be a different universe. What you're saying is if the numbers were different for our universe, the universe would be different, and we may not be here. In fact, we wouldn't be here.
I think mathematically they've said you could have a universe where time runs backwards. There's nothing that limits that. It would seem very odd to us, but if people lived in that universe, it would seem very odd to them that time would run forward. I mean, it's different properties.
Woohoo!
Hey, Mark.
What's up, Mark? And everybody.
Titan, we got Mark. Best in Show. Exit Music. Ooh. Tinkle, tinkle, little star.
Good graphic. There we go.
Just like it is almost impossible to accidentally produce this painting, the odds are almost infinitely more impossible for the universe
to
existence.
Once again, the odds of the universe coming into existence are 1 in 1.
Never tell me the odds.
The less rare events happen all the time. All the absolute freaking time.
All the time. If I told you to pick a random number between 1 and 800 septillion, then you would have a 1 in 800 septillion chance of picking that number. No matter which number you pick, it's going to be 1 out of 800 septillion chance that you would pick that number. So it must have been divinely inspired, right?
You would think it has to. It has to be this way. Though
out of
we're
all
actually
the numbers you could have picked, you picked that one number.
Though you'd think that the universe seems a little bit more finely tuned for black holes, because black holes are actually what seem to be the main stuff of the universe right now, and it doesn't seem to be life.
Well, at the end, the black hole era will be, I think, one of the longest epochs in the universe by far, where black holes will be the dominant feature of the universe for a long time.
And okay, let's dig into more claims. Exactly, good. I couldn't agree more.
Allah challenges our intellect in a profound verse in the Quran. He says, "Were they created by nothing, or were they the creators of themselves, or were they the creators of the heavens and the earth?
Parents
Rather,
and sex.
They are not certain." Firstly, Allah asks, were they created by nothing? If you think about it,
not even sure that a true nothing exists.
You will quickly realize that this is
even Lawrence Krauss isn't sure of that.
Now apply this logic to the universe as a whole.
And he uses that either tongue-in-cheek or trying to explain what the levels of taking away, trying to get closer and closer there. But whether you can truly get rid of everything, who knows? Did it come from nothing?
We don't know.
Then Allah asks, were they the creators of themselves?
No, once again.
For you to create yourself,
parents had
you
sex.
have to already exist before you were born to create yourself.
I feel like that's impossible. A movie.
Now apply the same logic to the universe.
I know who created Allah.
It could not have created itself.
Well, that's another funny concept that I've been thinking about lately. It could be that we needed God to exist. It could be that gods need us to exist. Could be.
I think that one is more likely.
Finally, Allah concludes by saying, or were they the creators of the heavens and the earth? 2 points. Firstly, the universe existed billions of years before us, and to create something that existed before we were even born is impossible. Secondly, the universe is far, far greater than us. Look at the most impressive human inventions and you'll find that they're nothing compared to even a fly. Human creation is always prone to mistakes and needs teams of maintenance and support in case of breakages or errors. If something as trivial as software needs maintenance, who then is maintaining the universe?
Wait, maintaining the universe? No,
But,
things are going by physical laws.
Don't our bodies need constant maintenance from these people called doctors to keep them running so we don't die?
In fact, anything with moving parts is probably eventually going to need some sort of maintenance.
Because human life expectancy was in the low 40s, before the advent of modern medicine. Most people didn't live to be even 50. Was very rare.
Yeah, they lived till like 35.
Antibiotics, if you got injured, you got a really bad infection, you're probably going to die 90% of the time.
Woohoo! Sending love, best in show. And look, we got YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So,
I mean, look at our eyes. How many people need glasses and contact lenses or need surgery to make them eyes function properly? It seemed like a wonderfully intelligent design that, 30 or 40% of people need corrective lenses to see properly.
yeah, you would think it's the fishbowl eyes. And okay, let's get back into it.
From this verse alone, Allah shows us that we could not have come from nothing. We could not have created ourselves, and we cannot create anything as incredible as the universe.
Wait, where are the creators of the heavens and the earth? Well, you kind of talked about this, but you kind of like smuggled in the heavens. Where were they the creators of the heavens?
Yeah, that's a loaded term. What do you mean by heavens?
Yeah, do you mean like the clouds, which is really the earth, or do you mean like your layers of heavens? Let's find out.
Well, they were fine with heaven being the clouds when we could never get there. It was fine. That's heaven because you could never get up there to look at it. Now that we can get up there, no, it's somewhere else.
That's true. You would think now that we have the technology to actually go past the clouds and explore, he is receded to no. He's beyond the universe.
He's in an alternate dimension. You could never get there to see him, so just believe that he's there. Praise God. Or else.
And I will say, just remember that we're going to be having an open mic if you disagree with us at the end of the show. So feel free.
But Otangelo, they're making the same argument just for a different God. I mean,
but we're saying hi in love anyway, along with God equals the square root of 1, negative 1.
We are intelligent enough to deny the existence of a creator. Okay, you might now be thinking.
Actually, which was
that we could not have come from nothing.
We crossed off all 3.
We created ourselves, and we cannot create anything as incredible as the universe. So how then do we think we are intelligent enough to deny the existence of a creator? Okay, you might now be thinking, if God...
So, just want to say, didn't accept really any of those premises, but we're going to move on anyway.
Created the universe, who created God?
Good
Firstly,
question.
to say that God has a beginning or is created, by definition means this being can no longer be a God. But for argument's sake, let's say that the universe was created.
First of all, just want to point out, gods had children in many, many different pantheons. I know this is the Abrahamic God. I know they're going to be like, you can't give birth to a son and all this stuff. But it's a great argument. But please, in either direction, evidence?
By something that is created. The next logical question is, what created that thing? And you can ask that question
Yes.
again and again, an infinite amount of
Or
time. And the
right, and then you can just arbitrarily just stop
created by
and make a special pleading, or you're making something up and just asserting that it doesn't need a creator.
It doesn't solve the answer because we
Right.
go, the universe
It's just
or
a
the
special
cosmos
pleading.
or whatever you want to call it has been there forever. In fact, we don't have any evidence that it was never not there. Like, we don't have really evidence in any direction because we can't go further than everything back in a single point. But whatever.
And we can't even clearly see the point because of the for 300,000 years after the bang, the universe was too hot for light to even travel. So we don't have a clear picture of what even happened back then. But yeah. We just don't know. But if you're not intellectually curious and you just want to say, I don't know, God did it, okay. But I don't find that to be satisfying.
You can just fill in the answers. You can just say it was God, but bring God down here. God used to interact with people. I would like to know why he doesn't seem to do that now that we can actually record him.
Secondly, time is a property of the universe. Since the universe has a beginning, we use time to describe what happened from that point. But since Allah is the creator of the universe and
dimension,
time, it does not mean he is...
Because just want to remember, it's space-time. So you have with each moment in time, you have a spatial location, and it's really all that is. But sure, okay.
So when did God exist? If he's no time, then he existed never.
He existed. Well, that's my grave of joke. So you're saying that he is beyond time and space. So you're saying he doesn't exist. Is that what you're telling me?
He exists. He's made of nothing. He never exists, and he's
exactly
restricted.
Wait, since Allah is the creator of the universe and time, I hear something. It's always a plug. All right, it does not mean he's restricted by these laws. But it doesn't, like, I understand like a hierarchy, but you're saying, why does he not restricted to any laws? That really makes no sense. Like, I just don't understand a being. Like a being. That is another crazy thing. Animals are beings. They walk around. This is a being outside time and space. Sounds like Marvel.
It's just a special pleading.
Exactly.
By these laws. Hopefully, we should arrive at the rational conclusion that the universe is created and maintained by an uncreated creator.
Uncreated creator, thus proving that some things are uncreated.
Right. So if the universe, or if something can exist without a creator, why couldn't it just be the universe just existing because it just exists?
Exactly.
If a God can, because the universe is much less complex than a God.
And a being just entails so much. I don't think they really understand how much baggage a being, and they conflate those two words. There is being, as in, like, the rock exists. Its being is that it can exist. It has the time and space. You can move it. But I am a human being, as in I make decisions as an animal to move through the landscape so I can get nom-noms. I mean, two different definitions. Anyway, God's oneness, step 2. How do we know there's only one God? Oh, goody. All right. I mean, there's many, many gods out there.
And this is what's so important about these apologetics, is because they lure you in initially with these innocuous, very benign sounding, very vague notions that really don't sound harmful or crazy. I mean,
well, it's generally a set. I hate to say like a setup, but arguments like the Kalam were modifications of old thought put into practice for the specific apologetics and thus invitation and conversion to religions. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic or Muslim. These arguments are put in to try and get you to a point to where you can then accept, because it's basically like saying, hey kids, well, everything has a cause, right? And so you have to go through this rigmarole.
And almost everything does. We've never seen something that doesn't.
We've never seen so, and so all of this just to set up something that doesn't have a cause. I know that is not that's not included in the two premises and a conclusion, the original, but it is getting you to accept that argument so that we can then move on,
build on it,
and then build on it. It is step one, exactly.
It's like a scam, like what, and I use that term. I'm not trying to be harsh about it, but it is like a scam where like they lure you in with something that sounds innocuous, it sounds reasonable, and then later, once you begin to buy into it and go down that hole, then they take some turns.
So I would say you're right, or even in adjacent, I would say it's like Scientology. And then you could say Scientology is a scam, but like Scientology is you can't say the Xeno stuff up front. Because if you start with Xeno, you just sound like a crazy. If you start with Muhammad, over the moon, all this stuff, you just sound like, oh, why do you atheists just pick on us? What are our flavor in this moment? Oh, why don't you do episode? Well, you all don't have proof. If you guys could bring us empirical, actual evidence. So now we have to whittle it down on after you bring us through these very shades. Let's get us there. Get us to Islam, my main man.
Let's do it.
Generally, there's one person in charge. There's one captain of a ship and one king of a country. Imagine you're driving a car and both you and the person next to you have a steering wheel.
Oh, like in a plane?
Turn, which shows you are...
I'm sorry. What? Okay. Let me try to understand this. You're saying God has to be one creator of the universe because some things... Well, what if we have like a two-player car? What?
I mean... Airplanes have two sets of controls.
Yeah. I'm
what if the one pilot has a heart attack and dies mid-flight? Everybody just crashes and you all die? I mean,
exactly. What if some guy has to go to the bathroom or grab a set
too,
and then that's it? But no. Okay, let's get back to looking at actual designs.
Both dependent on
stuff
each other,
we made.
or
humans.
You try and turn left, and the other tries turning right, and one of you overpowers the other. Now apply this logic.
What if you just put two steering wheels in a car and one can only be active on the time? I mean, you could work around all sort. That's probably not going to be the greatest, but it'll work. I don't know. Okay, continue.
To God.
I mean,
if there was more than one God, then these gods cannot be all-powerful for the same reasons. And a God that is not all-powerful, by definition, cannot be a God.
Let's just speak of all-powerful. Could appear the empirical world. I also want to keep on hammering that. I do not understand.
Before, so he could. So it's just a choice that he's choosing not to.
Exactly. He's apparently this all-powerful mind that... I don't know. Do they have a plan in Islam, or they'll say that's too anthropomorphic? But if you're having multiple levels of hell and all this,
I think they do have an end time scenario.
They talk about end times a lot, apparently.
Mahdi and
they also talk. He has this fetish for non-believers. I don't know why, but he starts. I was just looking in the first few chapters. He goes hard in on non-believers like right away. He's like, I heard you all been talking trash. We're going to start right there. There's a lot of unbelievers out there. They suck.
Ooh, that boils his blood.
haters, haters. And that's what he starts with. It's like, okay, calm down. It's all good.
If there were two kings
Head
running,
to Paris, you're on your way to hell. Bye-bye.
Allah directly addresses this in the Quran.
If there'd be two kings, first of all, there's a king and queen. Does that count? And second of all, we're moving away. We kind of evolved from the monarchical system away from the same.
Yeah.
Had there been other gods besides Allah, they both would have.
What? Wait, how do you know that? What if Allah got lonely and he wanted a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Who knows? How do you know he didn't want another deity?
Been destroyed.
I mean, this is just their definition of God.
One of Allah's names is Al-Qahhar, the one that overpowers. He doesn't answer to anything or anyone, and his will is imposing. The biggest
Sounds like Donald Trump.
First of all,
he doesn't answer to anyone.
I talk about the supervillain reference a lot. Like, doesn't answer to anything or anyone.
Anything or anyone, and his will is imposing.
All your base are belong to him.
All his base are belong to him, James.
Yep.
The biggest proof that there is only one God is the fact that there is balance in the universe. The laws of physics are constant. The sky is always blue, and gravity is always the same.
Both chaos and order. There is both the laws of physics bringing things together, and sometimes that is destructive and chaotic. It is both of those things. It's not a true dichotomy.
Well, why do they think that if there was no God, everything would just be chaos? Like, God has to be the one sitting there holding all the atoms together.
Yeah, he's just holding on to everything, making the rock a rock. I don't understand the attachment to consciousness. I get it. Look, we're conscious. It's freaking awesome. I'm here for the ride. Number one fan.
Eating, shitting, breathing.
That being said, there was a long time before all conscious beings existed. And so, don't know why it would have to be another mind that holds it up. Revelation. Oh boy. Why we as humans need revelation. See?
At this point,
ropes
you might believe in
God,
but have a problem following organized religion. I mean, why should you be restricted to a specific way of life, right? But if you really think about it, you already are living your life in a specific way according to the laws of your country. Imagine if your country had no life would be terrifying and everyone would be so lost.
But those are not arbitrary and they're not written in stone. We can actually see the people who make those laws, and if we don't like them, we can vote for other people.
We can change them. Yeah, another thing, we have evidence of secular laws because we created them. They are us coming together, trying to figure out better ways of interacting with each other. Where is this God? That's what I'm waiting for.
These arbitrary rules written by Bronze Age, Iron Age goat herders.
Not only that, but every country has slightly different laws that are constantly changing over time, which also shows us that we as humans cannot decide what is 100% right or wrong.
It means
because there is no such thing as 100% right or wrong. More relativism.
Or we are trying our best. That's what it means, is that all these countries are trying to figure out what the hell is going on. That doesn't mean that a deity sets specific laws that all the countries should then follow.
We need direction, but cannot decide what is objectively right or wrong. We have a problem. Where do we get the right direction from?
MapQuest, Google Maps.
Imagine if I gave you a car and you'd never seen one before. Guessing what to put in the fuel tank and what buttons to press is not good enough.
I don't know, Amy. What would you put in the fuel tank?
Provided by the manufacturer, we will know exactly how to drive.
I'll be honest. If I saw a car for the first time, there would be things that I would have to completely guess on, and there'd be things that would be intuitive. It may be hard to think what maybe you would put some other liquid. You would put water or something in there if you had never seen a car before. But other things, there's actual designers trying their best, trying to make
what a wheel looks like.
what a wheel looks.
Yeah. It's designed to move.
You know that it's designed for aerodynamic activities, if you know anything about these types of structures and models. Though,
it's got windows and seats. I mean,
also another
Pornhub
point,
streaming.
Technology, once again, just because you have advanced technology, it would remind me if an alien species came down and said, well, how do we do this? You can't prove how we do this. We must be gods. And it would be like, well, actually, it just might be technology that we don't understand that to us looks very mighty.
Rob from
in the exact same
Stargate.
way, if I want to know why am I here, where am I going, what is my purpose, I must refer to the revelation provided by the Creator.
Why? All right, baby. So why Islam? Wait.
How?
I'm sorry.
The answer is the Quran.
Go back. Oh, okay.
Islam is the only religion that is self-evident to be the truth. I'm sorry. They all claim this. What are you talking about?
They all do.
Claim that you can use the book to prove the book. But okay.
Where's the preacher when you need him? He's riding on his merry-go-round.
He was in here earlier. He's, I think, the first to comment.
How? The answer is the Quran. We've all heard about Moses splitting the sea and Jesus being
Which
born
we don't believe.
birth,
Peace be upon him. Did you see that?
Which we
all
don't
limited
believe.
to the time and place in which they happened. The Quran, on the other hand, is a special miracle that was given to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and is not limited to time or place.
Why?
Super special.
That mean you can pick up,
Wait,
study, and experience.
why is it? Now you're bringing in a mortal. Why was it just Muhammad just that time? Why can't, if he's timeless and spaceless, why can't he just deliver it now and whenever?
Free will, maybe.
Yeah.
Experience anywhere, anytime.
Now we're asking good questions.
You can never prove that the splitting of the sea actually took place, but the Quran can be proved to be from God. It is a book like no other book, a speech,
no other book,
no other speech, and this can be shown in so many ways. For example, Allah predicted its preservation from the beginning. More than 1,400 years have passed, and the Quran remains in its original language, completely unchanged.
I hate this. I was just looking, or dislike severely, seeing this Apologetics. It's, if you can, they memorize it in Arabic. Memorization of a holy book is not evidence that the holy book is true. I'm sorry, but that is evidence that you can memorize a holy book.
I mean,
you should
go
to Hollywood and become an actor and actress.
Other faiths claim their holy book would endure forever, and the thing is, if it didn't, then we wouldn't have it anymore. So, I mean, it did, but that's why we're still talking about it. I mean, if 100 of them make that claim and 2 or 3 of them happen to, come true, then it's just luck of the draw.
Since Muslims claim the Quran is the direct word of God,
any
changes, even if it was a single letter, would instantly falsify this claim.
Even when Paul didn't have a physical interaction with God. Well, actually, we don't think so, but they're claiming so, even though Jesus was dead 50 years ago, but they're claiming that Paul had an interaction with God. So, okay.
It challenges the reader to look for contradictions if they think the Quran is man-made. What we find is that the message is 100% consistent with absolutely no contradictions.
Where have we heard that before?
Allah also told us that He would make the Quran easy to learn. Today, millions of people around the world have the Quran stored in memory. Every single generation since the Quran was revealed
Not
has had
evidence.
memorizers, making it the only
Not
book in
good
history
evidence.
to have passed down in both human memory and written form.
How many digits of pi can some people memorize?
The only one that
Yeah,
would be
I don't understand. If you can memorize the entire book of Lord of the Rings, first of all, you are truly amazing. Second of all, that's cool. Doesn't mean that it came from a god.
Doesn't mean it's true, yeah.
Yeah. Does it make elves real?
back in a day is the Quran. Amazingly, Allah told us that when people listen to the Quran being recited, they are impacted and you see them start to cry. Thanks to
Okay.
YouTube,
Happens.
we can see this happening
Look, not denying it doesn't happen. Humans get emotional, especially under the influence of music, baby. We have a lot of things that make us feel emotional because we are emotional human beings. Once again, I mean, we get told all the time it changed people's lives. It made them not smoke. It made them not do drugs or whatever helped them come off something, and still not evidence of God.
own eyes. You see people who aren't even Muslim and don't even understand the language breaking down into tears. Even those who recite occasionally cry. What other speech can do this?
What?
What?
Yeah, the
What?
what? I mean, entire genres.
Well, I mean, and the thing is, like, we play off each other's emotions. So if you might not even understand it, but if you see that other people are having an emotional reaction to it, then that kind of contagious, that feeling, that emotion, the vibe, because we're social creatures.
But let's give context. So the beautiful parts are poetry, probably. Can I just say, no one's never read poetry and cried? Really? Really? It seems like a fairly human experience if you ask me. What? Elves aren't real? Oh, I know, Pat.
They were killed by the
The
gnomes.
breaker of harps. They were killed by the gnomes. They went to war.
Arabic literature to date. Since Arabic is arguably the most eloquent language to ever exist,
How could you even assess that claim? How could you even begin to assess a beauty of any language? That I find that
It's so totally
notion,
subjective.
it's a weird claim, actually. Like, why are you using that? I'm not even disagreeing. It's one of those not even wrong. Like, I am not saying that you.
It's an opinion.
I mean, but just I could easily using the language, Arabic poetry that has nothing to do with a god can make you cry. Therefore, boop. Okay.
this makes the Quran the most eloquent speech and the most eloquent language in history.
Dude, the
The
balls
language
to
of the
make these
Quran alone
claims.
is enough to prove that it could not have come from man. To add to
Really?
this, the Quran is also jam-packed full of scientific and historical
Jam-packed.
that were impossible
Jam-packed, Amy.
50% more than original brand.
ago.
Amy is jam-packed with, yeah.
Hey, it's jam-packed with visual effects. I've been enjoying that. I give it that much to you, brother. It's been fun to watch, but I'll tell you, some of these claims.
The expansion of the universe into every living thing.
Hear some of these claims.
Yeah, some of these things are so. Wait, two C's that don't mix. We're getting the real
From the two
signs
C's that
now.
meet but don't mix to the accurate description
Oh yeah, baby, we're getting the
Yeah.
fetuses.
of the human embryo. In fact, there are more than 1,000 scientific verses in the book, and not a single one of them can
Is
be
wrong.
disproved by established.
I love it. I love it. Not a single one. Every single book claim in the book is true. James, where have we heard that before? Have you ever heard a religion claim that? No, never.
Well, the Bible, that's right.
That's right.
science. For those who are spiritual, it magnifies our spirituality. For those who are intellectual, it challenges our rationality. And the Quran, by far, is the most popular book in the world that is read billions of times every single day, week in, week out, all year round. For these reasons, Muslims can proudly claim that the Quran is self-evident to be entirely from God. If you are still skeptical, pick up a Quran and read it for yourself.
I like all.
Oh,
That's
Ard
true.
Ra's doing that. We'll get there eventually. Guten Morgen, yeah.
Imagine an
Ralph out
African
there.
child that lived 12 years in poverty and then died of starvation. Now compare this boy
That is
to
funny.
a
I say
70-year-old drug
Assalamu
dealer that had
alaikum a
all the
lot, just because I like saying it to Muslims out in public. Even though, in fact, I said it today to someone at 7-Eleven, and she seemed really happy, and I get excited because she seems excited. I'm happy. They're happy.
money,
Yeah.
all the cars and everything he wanted, and then he also died of old age. One lived a short, miserable, and difficult life, and the
We all
other
die.
in luxury whilst causing harm to society. Now, they are simply a collection of bones 6 feet under the ground. If there was no life after death,
Yep.
how unfair and depressing would that be? The world
Okay.
is full of
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter
Does
how
it
unfair
matter?
it is or how depressing it is. Yeah.
That
Give
is
it to him, Amy.
part of being an adult, is that we are mortals, we are born, we do stuff, and we die. That is why it is very important to actually not forget about the doing stuff in between, and that it is actually about the journey, not the destination.
Well, Islam is it's a social control mechanism because hey, don't worry about the political climate. Don't worry about your socioeconomic condition. Just pray 5 times a day, and you'll go to heaven when you die, and none of this
I
life will
just
matter.
don't get to pray 5 times a day.
None
I
of
know
it'll
it's
matter.
having a connection with God, like you want to have. Well, first of all, they say it's not a personal relationship like the Christianity thing. They're always like, it's not like Christianity. It's not like you come from a Christian mind. It's like, does it want to have a relationship with us? Is it trying to talk with us? Because
It sounds pretty similar, even if they use different language to describe it.
yes, it sounds, like I said, it sounds very similar to Catholic or presuppositional apologetics. Injustice.
People get away with so
Once again, part of being an adult.
much evil. Innocents get blamed for things they didn't do. Simply just believing in the Day of Judgment is belief in ultimate justice and accountability. It breathes hope
Ultimate
and
justice.
optimism into every struggling heart.
Yes,
In
it
this-
makes
But
you
what it means
think.
is you're not going to be so concerned with justice in this life because don't worry, God will fix it all after we're dead. Who cares, really? Kill them all, like God sort them out.
Yeah. Oh, that says I can write the entire Quran on 4 plies of 2-ply toilet paper. I can't even speak. Therefore, it's just going out the back end, baby. I mean, I am not impressed with a lot of these holy texts. Like, if I'm being honest, I expected more. I expected some actual science, not like, or some
Or from a
actual
deity.
wisdom, like that wasn't borrowed from past religions.
Islam,
But
the events
Amy,
of-
the language is so beautiful. It has to be God.
Has to be.
no other religion describes it with such conviction, and
What?
Allah calls the Day of Judgment in the Quran the ultimate reality.
Okay.
Muslims live to do good in preparation for death. Isn't this a powerful motivator?
Not.
Well, it doesn't
First of
seem to be
all-
very effective in a lot of cases. So
No, it's not a powerful motivator to me. And if it's not true, then it doesn't matter. Actually, just makes us deny, reality. Makes us harder to cope. It makes us take a longer time because it makes us feel like we have settled with our loved ones, and so we don't actually psychologically deal with it.
I mean, it sounds like the Christians saying, "Hey, don't worry about the environment. Don't worry about anything like that. Jesus is coming back. He'll fix it all. Who cares?"
Hot. Exactly. No, once you get rid of the fear of death, bad things could happen. Doesn't always, but that is how a lot of the terrible actions happen.
That is true, Mark. It can do that. Oh, gosh, we got the preacher out there. Yay.
Sup, preacher? Sup, all of our theist brothers and sisters. Even if you're Muslim, we love everybody. I honestly, you are all my theist brothers and sisters. It's just different flavors of ice cream to me when you guys can have your canon battles. But if you just joined us, we are watching Why Islam is the Truth. We are about 2/3 done, and then we're going to move into the open mic for a little bit. Woo-hoo-hoo. Sup, Brian Steven?
Hey, Brian.
That's right. I always say that if we go up to heaven and the God was like, "What? Stoned gays? No. We meant you were supposed to take all of the gays and get them stoned." Oh, those silly humans. You see, they mess it up for everybody. Sup, Marshall? Woohoo! We're having fun.
Then the question would be, well, if that's what he was trying to communicate, why did he choose to do it in such a sloppy way that would lead to, lots of people being killed for no reason?
I will say I had a joke in one of my religious bits was, you want 72 pairs of teeth around your, come on now, virgins, come on, that's what you want? Huh. Okay. And whoever does an atom's weight of evil will see it. Ghostbusters.
Who are you going to call?
I mean, that was a cool angle. I'm all for it. Like, that dude totally looked like he had just, like, something exciting had happened, and he's like, "Yeah, walk away now. Walk away." That's true. That's how you make it easy access. Easy access. No. All right. Prophethood. Yo, my
Here we go.
big pet
Your
peeve.
pet peeve.
Because Oz
He's coming for you, Amy.
Jesus is a myth. And I just have why prophets? Because it just doesn't seem like, it doesn't matter if it's the last, the first, the in-between. What the hell is with this one-on-one middleman bullshit? All right. Was Prophet Muhammad a real prophet? My better question, are prophets real? But sure.
Throughout history, Allah has sent prophets like Abraham, Moses, and Jesus to bring people back to the worship of one God. In Islam, the final prophet sent to humanity was the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
The final one. We'll never get another one. Darn.
Exactly. I feel like that's marketing. Like, it's a good sell. The last. Though, as someone pointed out, they always seem to, like, after a semi number of prophets, like, it's like a stamp card, like your first few prophets are free or something, or you have to get those many prophets, and the last one's free. Joseph Smith claimed he was the last prophet. Muhammad claims he's the last prophet. If you're in Christianity, you think Jesus was the last prophet. If you're a Jew, you're still waiting in line.
They don't think Jesus was a prophet, but
yeah, everyone has their shtick. Prophets. I got 99 prophet problems.
That the way Muslims have preserved his life is above and beyond any other type of preservation in history. You can't just make up stories about him. Narrations must be supported
you
by
could.
narrators that goes all the way back to his time. The narration and narrators are then tested against strict criteria to verify that the narration
Very strict, Amy. Very, very strict criteria.
The narration is then
Whoa, what do we got on here? Grades of Hadith. Oh, I love myself. Look, if you're gonna build a world, I always love a scaling system. All right, we got weak, acceptable, good, authentic, sound. Which one can I put up my butt? Grades of Hadith.
with a level of authenticity.
Force is not strong with the date.
Grade, or else it is completely ignored. If the grade is substantially weak, Muslims instantly reject the narration.
God.
So to deny that he existed is like denying all history.
That is
denying
a very
God, like denying all.
That's very shaky reasoning right there. That
yeah.
The logic entailed in that is crazy. I don't even think preacher could follow along with that kind of logic.
I mean, it's just such extreme set. He's very calm when he delivers it, but it's such like the chutzpah of some of these claims.
So well documented because of the impact he had on his people. We know things like how he used to eat.
Whoa! I'm not
he used to sleep.
Not even denying the people can have
Genghis
impact.
Khan had impact, yeah.
Well, exactly. But all these prophets, they're charismatic preachers, imams, clerks, whatever you want to call them. That's their shtick. Okay.
Joseph Stalin had an impact. Doesn't mean he's talking to God.
Historical figure. All of this information literally invites us to study his life and make a rational decision to see if he was actually a prophet or not. There are three
He's not.
Three possibilities. Jay, what does this sound like to you? Three possibilities? Liar, Lord, legend? Or I think legend is actually added on. I forget what, by the non-believers, I forget what the thing. They're always like, oh, was he a liar? Yeah, three possibilities. Oh, here we go. Either he was lying, he was mad, or he was telling the truth. So let's study these, because lots of theists, creationists, however small or thick of a brush we want to paint with. Lying, bad intent. People who lie have the intent. They want to deceive us. One of humans' greatest fears is being deceived. I think it even tops death, where it's at least up there. So certain people, I forget whose freaking joke. Oh, James, he's been summoned by Satan. But just like public speaking, they would rather not give the eulogy, but they'd rather be in it. Oh, and okay, so lying is on the table, but mad. What does it mean to be mad?
For God.
Lying for God, and like we were saying, lying for Muhammad. Well, it would mean, what is Muhammad doing? Excuse me. Is he lying to us when he claims that he is the last prophet, which has a baked-in intent, an intent that he was trying to deceive us? He knows better, but he is actually trying to pull one over us. He's mad. He could be that he has lost his mind. The marbles are not all there. There is something going on, and he just has these delusions. Something that is generally an ad hominem, unless you do not have a doctor's receipt on that. And finally, he was telling the truth. He was just absolutely 100%. Everything he said is correct. He is the prophet. What do they miss out of these? First of all, this isn't a true dichotomy. So this is a multiple choice that is selected to give you the answer. But nonetheless, wrong. Wrong, ladies and gentlemen.
Wrong.
The answer here is he was not mad. He was just like a normal believer who was convinced. He was not trying to lie to you. He just had his personal telling of the truth, and thus he was trying to deliver it.
I mean, they were lying. They were blatant frauds. But it is possible that Muhammad, at some level, believed he was really talking to God. I mean, we can't say that.
I honestly,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter.
The further back you go, the more leniency I give you, generally speaking. Right. That's why we know Joseph Smith was a fraud. Like,
blatant fraud.
Because he was trying too hard. Like, if you're writing in Old English to try and make it sound like the Bible, I mean, come on. We know Scientology is, for the most,
you're making up a language called Reformed Egyptian.
Okay. They're Reformed Egyptian.
You're just making up a bullshit language.
Are you Egyptian? Well, I'm a Reformed Egyptian.
Like a Reformed Judaism. It's just, yeah.
All right, and we're moving into the end of this video, which means very soon we're going to be opening up the gates so everyone can say what is on their mind. But with that, let's land the plane.
Or he was telling the truth. Let's break this down. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, first revelation from God at the age of 40.
Why does he need... I know they're just going to say it's like this ultra respect, but I just feel like if you are communicating with God, let people have not saying peace after your name. Maybe it's the little things. Just seems like you're kind of being an extra. I hate to use the word little bitch, but if you need 5 times a day, and you need to, every time someone says your name, someone needs to say peace be upon you. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's convince me it's not an ego thing.
He lived a completely normal life for 40 years before becoming a prophet. In these 40 years, he built a reputation.
How old was L. Ron Hubbard when he pulled Scientology out of his ass?
Oh, yeah. So right here, they are now trying to sell us on the fact that he's not a liar. He's not mad. Come on, guys. He built a reputation. This baby, I've been selling this car. It was only driven 3 times by a little old lady who only had to get to the grocery store. You can trust me.
Oh, and also the Great Pyramid is a spaceship, and you can fly around with it because I'm trustworthy. Believe me, come get in the pyramid. We'll go for a ride to Jupiter.
Vroom, vroom, baby. Got to take this religion into space.
He never told a single lie. Really? He's like George Washington. He never told a lie.
Come on, man.
He fessed up. He fessed up to cutting that cherry tree down, even though he knew his dad was probably going to knock him out. Bust him in the head for cutting that tree down, but he owned up to it.
I don't understand how you can make these claims with a straight face. Like, this is Kim Jong-un shit. Like, we know these are lies. We know that is either wrong or a lie.
He doesn't pee.
In some ways, they really try to reach. They really try to reach you. They try and get you there with the cosmological arguments. I feel like this right here is the weakest type of apologetic. If you believe that, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. That's all I got to say.
Tappan Zee Bridge? I don't recommend it.
Think about it. Just think about it.
Years of sincerity.
Yo, I am not even trying to complain about 40 years of he's a decent guy. Like, These never
Maybe he
told a
was.
lie. Ever. And then suddenly he came up with a monumental lie?
And then to suddenly come up with a monumental lie like being a prophet doesn't make any logical sense.
And become a warlord? Well,
He
hey,
could have just been convinced otherwise.
I mean, he
Later
could have
in his
just
life,
spent the rest of his life selling oil lamps, or he could be a prophet of God, which sounds
And
like
I will
a
say,
better occupation for you.
yes, exactly. To piggyback off that point, I'm sure being a prophet or calling yourself a prophet, I'm sure it feels, I mean, they want to feel badass as hell. It is like anti-humble. It's very hard for me to understand the I am just among you, just like you. Also, I'm a prophet to God, and only I am the one who can talk to him. Which one of these is not like the
Peace
other?
be upon me.
Like, and I'm not even, once again, against giving respect to your elders or your loved ones or people who have truly gone out of your way in your life to deserve respect. But
No.
if every time someone said James's name, I had to say snickerdoodles are awesome for him. I don't even know. I'm trying to think of something. Every time
Well,
James said
like that
something,
guy
I had
from
to say, and he
Big
is
Macs
awesome.
be upon me from the guy
Big
from
Mac
Twitch.
be upon me.
Big Macs be upon me, baby.
But also, I had to pray to James 5 times a day. If I had to
At
pray
least.
to my parents 5 times a day, you would ask yourself, are these parents making a productive environment for their children? Let me tell you, this just stuff, because that's the analogy, right? That he created us.
I mean, you love your parents. You've said many times that they're good people and how lucky you were to have them, but you wouldn't say
Amazing.
they never told a lie.
No, no, absolutely not. I would say that they have done their best. I'll give you an example in which my parents have told, I guess, a white lie, which they were probably right to do. They once told me, they're like, be there 6:45 for dinner. And I think it started at 7. And I
Dinner
was
was
on
at
time because I was
7:30.
15 minutes late. Something like that. But
Or,
my
well,
parents have never
your trip.
any actual information they've ever said to me. I've never done me wrong. And so it would be
What about your trip to the dentist office?
well, and that's another, and hold on, my true overlord is scratching. You can hear them. Exactly. Where I had to tell the dentist, basically, I didn't want to explain that I had transitioned. Yeah. So my mom was like, just tell him you have a brother. Just tell him you have a twin. And it worked. And we made jokes about it each and every time I came home from the dentist. Because he's like, how's your brother? I'm like, great. He's doing amazing.
You really think he didn't know and was just being polite about it?
Can I tell you, I'm generally good at knowing when people are joking and infliction.
Right.
I really think that he was just so out of it. And it's not like he works with the records. It's not like he does all that stuff.
Okay.
So, they're just in there to come in after the lady cleans all of your teeth to go, any cavity, and nope, and bye.
Right, yeah. Yeah, the last 5 minutes just to make sure. Yeah.
Like a doctor. I mean, we love doctors, but it's the nurses, who do most of the work.
The grunt work, yeah, the doctors do all the
exactly.
Doctory stuff.
And all right, later in his life, as people started joining Islam, the leaders were getting more frustrated. Yes.
We're getting more frustrated. They offered him anything he wanted just so that he stopped preaching. If there was any time to show that he was lying, this was it. Remember, A liar always lies for a reason, but he rejected. Doesn't this show
maybe he liked being a celebrity. He liked being that
Also,
badass guy who talks to God.
his
He didn't want to
character?
just take $100,000 and walk away.
People used to race to serve him in any way they could. Muslims and non-Muslims turned to him for advice, and he never said no to any request.
I mean, this is not qualifications of a prophet. These are qualifications of a decent human being.
Right,
Yes.
he's a good guy.
Oh my
Who
God.
killed people from time to time.
Yo.
He killed non-believers occasionally.
Can I tell you how you know someone's not mad? It's when in big letters come on the screen saying not mad. It's exactly how you know someone's not mad. Hell, I would do it.
That is, I wouldn't even expect to see that on Jen's channel. Hi, Jen.
I'm just like, he's doing himself wrong here. Like, you can't tell he's not a little defensive about being mad.
As Muhammad's being led away to the padded room. Talk about a Brooka. It was a Brooka. It wasn't a unicorn.
Perhaps the biggest proof for me is that the Prophet could not read or write, had no educational background, yet was able to bring forth the Quran that remains the best literature the world has seen even after 1400 years.
Best literature, really.
This is enough to verify his prophethood. The Quran
Wait. What? Okay, hold on. Quran remains the best literature the world has ever seen after. Have you seen the first few seasons of Game of Thrones? I don't know about
Harry Potter, even.
Like, once again,
Lord of the Rings, Tolkien.
I'm not even trying to make the claim that it's bad. The Bible was the best that they could write at the time. I'm sure just looking at this, it can be pretty to look at. But you're telling me the best literature the world has ever seen? Really? Really? Have you seen latest Marvel movies?
The world has seen even after 1400 years.
Even after 1400.
Even after 1400. I feel like, have you seen Inception? What? Okay.
To verify his prophethood. The Quran has...
No, it's not.
No.
Quran has literally shaken the world. They all claim this. And, you know, just multiplying does not mean that it's true.
And the Bible is being older than the Quran, so the Quran was written at a time when people had a little bit more knowledge, so you might even expect it to get a few things right that the Bible didn't get right.
Yeah, probably the newer that they are.
Hundreds of years more new, yeah.
That's why Mormonism talks about planets or other worlds or whatever the apologetic that they want to spin it. Shake, shake, shake.
The Prophet also told many prophecies that made no sense at the time and have only recently materialized.
Oh, really? You mean he made vague things that nobody could understand until after the fact, like Nostradamus?
Yeah, let's see these amazing prophecies. He said the poor Arabs of the desert would compete in building.
People will build buildings. That is almost as profound as there will be earthquakes in diverse places.
I'm so confused by, like, Arabs are going to build tall buildings.
They're going to build buildings. How would anybody have ever predicted that? Wow.
Anybody.
Buildings.
Literally anybody. Okay. Moving
Said
forward.
The poor Arabs of the deserts would compete in building tall buildings.
There you go. Look at that. There's tall buildings, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
There you go.
I mean, don't mind that it's not just in Arabia, in the Arab world, that the whole world has that stuff, but go figure, right? It's gotta be the Quran.
It's got to be the Quran. And hold on. Keep on talking for a second. I want to do a science experiment.
All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you can see in that picture, that's all the oil money, because the the oil prices started to go crazy, especially right around the early 2000s. The price started increasing exponentially, but that and foreign aid that we've been sending over to them, largely in the form of military aid that they don't need, but hey, we like to sell people weapons. And Dubai's become like a little vacation town. It's become like a little cosmopolitan, almost quasi cultured town. They're not super. I don't think they're super strict on like the Sharia Islamic laws there. They do have some amazing architecture in the building there. You can't deny that, but just shows they've gotten lots of money flowing into that.
Well, all right, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? So we have Boston, then we have Boston now.
Oh wow!
Oh, can you see a subtle difference? Boston then.
That's where they threw all that tea in the harbor. Wow.
Boston now. I don't even understand how they did it. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, is that? Hold on. You say that was just a picture. Once again, Boston then. And then,
they must have had Korans delivered to Boston. I don't know.
Best breweries. Boston.
Actually, I went to Boston one time on a brewery tour back in 2004. Went to the Sam Adams Brewery there. It was
Oh really?
Yeah, it was a good.
I
would
would
experience.
love to go to Boston.
Went there, went to DC, Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Ooh, PA baby. I can't help it.
Kind of like a road trip, like a turn 21 road trip.
Woohoo! Oh really?
But dedicated to beer, so it was amazing.
Woohoo! Oh hey baby. Woohoo! She found you, and sup, black female atheist.
Hey, black female atheist.
Woohoo! All right,
I mean, you look at like the things that they're citing as evidence. It's like buildings exist. Wow.
Like that some of this is really
that proves Muhammad split the moon.
Like some of it,
very blah.
Yeah, some of it is the common apologetics that I hear from like the deistic Catholic and presuppositional arguments. Others is like, I mean, this became this. What could have possibly transformed this into this? I think like James was saying, I don't know, oil
money. Yeah, oil money. And I mean, they have a system where the money is almost as bad as it is here, like in terms of distribution. It's really only a very small segment of their population that are benefiting from it. They're building tall buildings. Most of the people live in squalor, and but it's okay
just like
because
Saudi Arabia, I don't know if they give most of their oil money back to the people. I know they have some fancy architecture, but how much social programs?
Don't worry about it. Allah will take care of them after they die.
Exactly. And all right,
how many princes are in the Saudi royal family? Hundreds of them. There's like.
Well, that is crazy.
When you have that many wives, you have 20 wives. How many? Yeah.
Says science mandates a pre-sub worldview. I feel like
so does.
We would have to presuppose logic, but I'm not sure how you figure out why logic, like for A to not equal A would have to be craziness. I would like to know other universes could even be possible. But you'll be able to tell us because in a few minutes we are about
mathematically, yeah.
into the open mic so you could tell us where we went wrong or right in all of this. And all right. Come on, man.
He said that interest will spread such that no one can escape the dust of it.
Okay.
He said that power and authority will be given to the wrong people. He said that sexual promiscuity...
When has that ever happened? When has power always been given to the right people?
I mean, he is explaining what happens in history. I'm trying to figure out. He said that sexual promiscuity would become rampant and the parents would give birth to their masters. Their masters. Children.
That's the kids not listening to the parents. Disobedient children.
Unfortunately, this probably leads to the view of the rod, which is an episode that we're actually preparing.
We're cooking up.
Cooking up. What is up, Kathy? You have to presuppose the same way an apologist presupposes God. No, we do not. Because logic, we are actually describing what is happening. We are just saying A is A. We are actually looking at the object. We're not even making a claim. We're making a tautology to prove that we're not crazy. Like A is A. It can't be A and not A, A at the same. It can't be A and not A at the same time.
And we're trying to make only the minimum necessary presuppositions that we need to even be able to understand anything. We're not trying to incorporate the entire belief system in there. We're just trying to make just a few basic things that we have to assume, like other people have minds like ours, which we can't absolutely prove. But if we operated without making that assumption, it would be impossible to do anything. So we just assume it.
We could we could also just think about what would happen if the law of identity wasn't true, if just the universe was a bunch of randomly popping in where the apple was an apple, but then it wasn't an apple. I mean, it'd be a universe that would have no coherence. We wouldn't be able.
And I believe
exist.
I believe those are possible universes that could exist.
I'll be honest with you.
It'd be very hard for life to come up.
It sounds weird, but you know, just because it's not available to life or not good for life doesn't mean the universe can exist. Just like there's not a lot of the life out there, even in our universe. So it seems. Ever looked at quantum experiments? Sure. And I also feel bad. We're about to open up chat. Because I always feel bad when it's the mic versus chat, because just like a comedian, we always have an unfair advantage when we are. I love that stuff. He can come on in. Right? Exactly.
They can come in.
But he tagged us. So ever looked at quantum experiments? I'm interested in what the quantum experiments you would say, because I know that there are hypothetical particles that pop in and out of existence, and I know that on quantum scales we're really just talking about probability. But okay,
I mean, we do know that the quantum world is it's weirder and it's different than the world we experience. We don't fully understand everything about it, but like other things, we're working on it, you know. And we have found so far that everything so far that we found to have a cause has a naturalistic cause. And if you want to think that somehow we'll get to quantum physics and that will prove to be where you need the magic, it can't work on its own, you can hold that opinion, but the track record is not in favor of that viewpoint, that there is some mechanism. It is understandable. Whether we'll ever be able to understand it fully or not, I don't know.
And want to bring up Pat's comment. Does it really count as Arabs building it when foreign architects, foreign engineers, and foreign construction companies building Dubai count as it being built by the Arabs? I will say it is. The answer is yes and no. It's complicated in that it's a mixed bag, and I hate looking at the way that the Muslims seem to have this Arab nationalism built in that I don't like. If you are an Arab, be your Arab sexy self. I don't really care what someone is, but it just always seems I'm not a big fan of nationalism, no matter what the flavor. It's always funny enough. They always think that whatever group, doesn't matter which group, they just agree, all the nationalists agree on one thing, and it's that their group is best.
It's a potentially dangerous belief system to get involved in. It doesn't have to be, but it tends to lead that way.
Yeah. The Semitic groups are all from around that area or sister groups of around that area. Let me tell you, there are some hot fucking Arabs out there. That doesn't mean that I don't understand the nationalism. I don't understand. It's not a miracle that buildings got built. It's humans coming together and building things.
I mean, except for that time when they tried to do that and God didn't like that, so he went down and made us all speak different languages so we wouldn't be able to build anymore.
Yeah, except for the Tower of Babel, right? Because he was once again an asshole. But that's Christianity. All right. We're going.
Muslims accept that too. That's Old Testament, so that they would
really?
incorporate that.
Well,
yeah.
The reason that they seem to say that so often, they say no, we're not like Christianity, is because they want to claim a closer link to Judaism. But I don't understand that either, because we definitely don't think that the Jewish prophets existed. So if the goal here is to get us away from a Christian worldview, so you can think of, I don't know, the Jew-Islamic, I don't know what the politically correct term that because they have the Jado-Christian that they have created. I don't know what it would be, but everybody's got
Islamo, Judah, yeah. Well, I mean, if you go by what they say, so they would be closer to the root of Judaism, because Christianity, I mean, I guess you could consider it a breakaway sect of Judaism that happened in, the first century, but whereas Islam they would see themselves breaking off at the time of Abraham with his first son, so that'd be hundreds of years before the breakaway with Christianity, so they would be, I guess, closer. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. It all sounds like canon lore to me. And okay, these are only just a few examples of the plethora of authentically graded prophecies.
These are just the best ones. These are the best ones, yeah.
Just a few examples from a plethora of authentically graded prophecies. Amazingly, his greatness is globally even by non-Muslims.
Amazing.
For example,
wait, his greatness is. Hold on. Amazingly, his greatness is globally recognized even by non-Muslims.
That Donald Trump is talking about?
This is another you're not even wrong claim. Like, even if we could go with his accomplishments in real life, many humans have done many amazing things throughout life. That does not make them prophets. Just doesn't.
His greatness is globally recognized even by non-Muslims. For example, Michael Hart, who wrote the famous book of the top 100 most influential people in history, and he places the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as number one in his list. Other examples include Dr. Keith Moore, George
Sounds
Bernard,
like a Times 100 list. Is this evidence that... Okay.
Shaw, Gandhi, Thomas Carlyle, Lamartine, and the list goes on and on. Can't we logically and rationally say that he was telling the truth?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it to option number 3 on the multiple choice test, and we only have a minute or so left in the video.
Here we
which
go.
means I am going to send that StreamYard link into chat.
Well, you probably should check out your window to see if the Brook is out there waiting to pick you up. Yeah.
Oh.
No Brooka?
Oh, no Burka. It's actually a unicorn. An actual unicorn.
We were wrong all along, I guess.
Wrong all wrong.
They must have been a bad translation.
All right, I'm sending this into the stream. Doesn't matter if you are in YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. Oh, yeah, baby. You'll be able to join us here on the live stream yarns and tell us what you thought. Agree, disagree. And just remember to keep your mic muted when you're not talking, but we will give you 3 to 5 minutes for your intros. How people have faith never talk. How people of faith never talk about unicorns. That's the point.
But funny, they do talk about talking snakes, talking donkeys, and brookas. So I don't think that they're doing a whole lot better.
Yeah, I don't get the whole talking snake thing. I'm still trying to wrap my around on that.
Well, then the preacher said that he thought that it would be
baby.
a good argument. He thought it would be a good argument to say, well, the Bible also talks about talking donkeys, so therefore that makes it all more reasonable because we're claiming two animals that can't talk. So therefore it must be true, right?
Or a burning bush talking to you? I know many burning bushes that make me talk, but I don't know many burning bushes that talk.
Amaretto is a part-time unicorn, actually, so that just put that out there.
And there we go. It's into chat, and we're gonna finish up. Yeah, guillotines roll. We're gonna finish this up, telling the truth, of course, because you knocked out lying. You locked out
standing for truth.
Madness. So what else is left, ladies and gentlemen? It has to be true. Has to be
standing for truth. The best unicorns. Yes, Amaretto. Absolutely.
See, the message of Islam is very simple.
Very simple.
It is to direct all
$4, 4 items, good meal. Wait,
the Wendy's
no.
4 for 4.
That's Wendy's.
inward and outward acts of worship.
It is to direct all inward and outward acts of worship to Allah and Allah alone.
But it's the same concept as with Christianity, this concept of worship, why Allah would need to create us to tell him how great he is all the time is just...
Reminds me once again of Marvel, if you have to call yourself a god.
Super villain, yeah.
Really? Are you really a god? And yes, well...
Like the fucking North Koreans with the mandatory picture of Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un in their homes to pay homage to. I mean, how insecure are you if you need people to force people to worship you?
Ladies and gentlemen, unless you're married or in a BDSM relationship, you don't need to worship the other person, okay? You really don't need to worship an all-powerful creator of the universe, even if they're telling you that they're your maker and parental figure. In fact, that kind of makes it creepier if you think about it.
You love your parents. You wouldn't say you worship your parents. That's a silly concept. And they actually did make you, verifiably.
Exactly. Not only did they make me, but metaphorically, I would not be the person that I am today if it were from my parents. They are the people who actually instilled my values in me. And so,
your big heart, your love that you just flows out of you for everybody.
And I do. I mean, I truly do love everyone, even the people that hate me, because I view it. Unfortunately, I view a lot of the hate as coming from a toxic ideology that has taken hold of their brains. And so I can't even hate them.
In most cases, yeah.
You sup, Blaster Master.
Self-deluded.
In North Korea, they believe they have remains of unicorn bones discovered by a great dear leader, of course. So if you consider, I can't say Josh, a religion, Juice. a religion, it certainly talks about unicorns, and they say he does miracles. They have the same shtick, different
I mean,
flow of
it is.
thing.
I guess it's not invalid to call it a form of worship for, the Kim family, Kim Il Sung, Kim Jong Un, and Kim Jong Il. They do accept forms of worship. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
I
don't
like
know
the Emperor of Japan. At in some level, I don't know if he still claims to be a god, but at one time they were claiming he was a god, just like the pharaohs of
or at
Egypt, who
least,
were actually kings, but not pharaohs.
or
So
at the
that proves
very
the claim too.
least, they were claiming that he committed miracles. Committed miracles. That sounds like a felony. Anyway, Kathy
I'm in
says,
my miracle.
that's right, baby. Not going lightweight on you. Though I will say, funniest thing you can Google is Matt and Trey Parker do acid, because they did acid while at the Oscars. And so it was a fantastic thing to enjoy. But we're about to go into the open mic. He said, we've landed. We followed all the steps. You can't just say this, at the very beginning. Because if you just start with that, it's going to sound like you just want to worship some celestial deity, a dictatorship up there.
It's fun.
It's fun.
To Allah and Allah alone.
Just strap on this
Just to pray.
special vest.
Worship is to obey and to love and to
Well,
rely
and I want to, the funny thing about that, the worst thing about that is the suicide bombers make this claim on every anti-theist debate that I can. The scariest, worst part about the bombers is that they may not have been terrible people. Is that in their eyes, they may have been twisted to a point where they see themselves as the freedom fighters trying to take down what they feel are, people offending, offending their faith. And they have twisted into a cult. Well, how should I say this? They've been taken.
Of religion.
It's the danger of religion, is that they have been taken by an ideology that once you no longer fear death.
And hey, I mean, is it really all that bad what you're doing? Because hey, you're killing innocent people, but if they're good people, Allah will take care of them. So it's not like nothing bad's gonna happen to them. If they're bad people, they're bad people. But if they're really innocent, then they'll just get to go to heaven. They'll be fine. And they'll understand when they get there. They'll understand why you had to do what you had to do, and they won't be mad. They forgive you, and yeah.
Yeah. I just wish that these religion is a superstition. And unfortunately, when you think that you're going to have a protection, when you think that you're going to have a shield, it can make you commit atrocities. Not saying what they didn't do was evil. Let me also clarify. What happened on that day was evil. If you want to truly see how evil it was, listen to the Howard Stern podcast of September 11th. Because funny enough, he did the most in-depth because he was live for 5 hours that day.
Are you familiar with something called the Milgram experiments?
The Milgram experiments?
So these were experiments that were, I think it was the 1950s, and they were trying to see if something happened in America, let's say, and we had concentration camps here, would you be able to get people in this country to be the guards, to be the oppressors of these people if they were told that it was what needed to be done, and they set this experiment up where they were told to. So they've got one guy in another room, one guy in another room, and they're going to ask him questions. Every time he gets one wrong, you have to press a button that delivers an electric shock, and each successive shock will be it'll be pretty mild at first, but they get stronger. And after like 5 or 6, 7 questions wrong, it's really starting to get painful. These people are shrieking and crying and writhing in pain. And they found that a lot of people will just continue going if the person doing the experiment keeps telling them, no, this is important. You need to continue the experiment. Please press the button. That a lot of people would continue to do it, even past the point where serious injuries were going to happen. This is serious.
In fact, that seems to be the theme. If I have anything, is that if you are not skeptical, if your epistemological toolkit is not strong enough, trying to think how Voltaire worded it, but you can get people to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. And so that really is what we do. I have no hate in my heart for and I'll say this as over and over as I need to, my Muslim brothers and sisters, because that's what they are. Like all theists of all the flavors, they are my brothers and sisters, and I love them. But it is one of the dangers of superstition, and once again, the removal of the fear of death. Does it have to be that way? And so we will now roll into, there's only literally a minute left.
Oh.
And so we had,
one thing before you finish that, I was just going to say, what they did find in those experiments, though, is that most people would go way past the point of causing severe pain where it's nearly torture. But they did find that if, like, let's say they were conducting an experiment, they had like 3 of them going on in a large room. As soon as one person got up and said, listen, I'm not doing it. It's over. This is bullshit. I'm not going to keep shocking this guy. This is stupid. After that point, it made it a lot easier for the others to, usually they would all get up and just say, no, I agree. I'm with him. This is stupid. This has gone too far. I'm not going to keep shocking this person. I'm not going to keep torturing this person. Then they would come out and tell him, don't worry about it. You haven't been torturing anybody. Nobody's been shocked. We're just trying to see how far along you were going to go. And they were usually relieved at that point, like, because they felt so bad about what they were doing, but they thought it was what they thought an authority figure telling them to keep going.
Reminds me of experiments where you have, like, you're in an elevator and you have 7 people turn around. It's like, how long are you going to be the guy that, stays correct? You can manipulate. Humans are manipulatable, and it's understanding that that you can have any defense against it. And okay, we're going to finish this because I see Amaretto's posting good links. She's talking, I'll post there. She's talking about your experiments, I think.
Yeah.
Allah more than anything or anyone else. It means to break free from society's expectations of you and to fully submit.
Yeah, break free from society and become a slave to Allah. You saying something, Amy? I can't hear you.
I'd hate to beat that drum again, but unless you are in a healthy BDSM relationship, you should not fully submit to anyone, including the creator of the universe.
To the expectations of the creator. In other words, you don't act a certain way or dress a certain way to please certain people. Everything you do is for the sake of Allah. This is true liberation, if you ask me.
Oh, that's liberation.
In Islam. Allah has given us an intellect, countless signs, and a lifetime to search for him. If after this video you now believe that there is only one God and that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was his final prophet, you have found the truth, and I would like to personally invite you to Islam.
Which is something they do and other religions do. I know it very specifically giving an invitation is part of Islam. That proselytation, baby, And all right, that is the video with that. If you were personally invited, I don't know if we found the truth tonight, but I do know in a second that we are going to open the open mic, baby, so you can tell us if you agree with everything you just heard or not. But I don't know, James, what do you think? Were you convinced?
I'm still on the fence. I'm not quite ready to jump on the Brooka yet, but
yeah.
What about you?
We were gonna be able to, after this video, there would be nope, no wing creatures. And then again, that's just for prophets, right? It's just those special, I would say, boys and girls, but mostly boys. I did see there was a prophetess that actually tried to claim secession after Muhammad, but she was, or at least a different type of Arab religion, but she was batted back. And then
did they go Lady Jane Grey on her? Did they kill her?
Oh, I don't think they killed her. I think she just lost that battle, or I think what happened was she saw another rival prophet lose, and she was like, it just ain't even worth it, and she just converted to Islam. But hey, excellent. Could have been a prophetess, ladies and gentlemen.
Penis be upon her.
Yeah. Reese's Pieces be upon everyone. And all right, if you just joined us, we are Skeptic and Ranting. We are asking why Islam is the truth. I don't think the skeptics may agree, but who knows? You may. So we're going to bring you on as we transition. Hell yeah. I try and slide that in there as much as I can. We have Amaretto. We have Pat. We have a biblical account. He says,
Cult of the Skeptics.
The Cult of the Skeptics. That's right, baby. Well, I always say we're not cynics. We are skeptics. It is, but yeah.
How dare we not believe something that we have no evidence to believe? That indicates we should believe, and how dare we?
How dare we? But with that, we are moving into our open mic. We got Amaretto, Pat, and Biblical Account. The fun has just begun. Woohoo! Amaretto, I hope you're doing good. We just watched
a sombrero.
It's her witch hat.
A witch hat.
I think you're muted. It's me. It's okay. I do it once a server or stream.
She is muted. You're muted, Amaretto.
Oh, she's on the phone. Okay. Well, in that case,
I was gonna let Amy finish her intro.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We are talking about why is Islam true? We just watched a video. I hope you're doing good. And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight or watch?
I mean, it's funny. So I was driving earlier. I had to kind of cut in and out. But I was driving and I had Kai, my kiddo, in the car, and Amy. I was like, "Hey, look, Kai, who's that? It's Aunt Amy." And so we're listening to the part where, he's talking about there's only one God because how the world is like so perfect and stuff. And Kai's just like, psh, I believe there's more than one God.
There you go.
And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like what? But earlier we're talking and, listening to some of this. And it's funny because it's like even my 7-year-old knows it's bullshit.
Yeah, some of his claims were just out there.
Yeah, because I'm actively using the stream as you kind of talk to Kai, because I'm like, well, that's not what I believe. My beliefs are pretty unique. We know this. All the stream regulars know this, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on that. But it's interesting just to kind of like have these conversations with a 7-year-old and be like, and to some of your points, like, there is chaos, but, along with the order, and I'm just like, and Amy's great. Like, not everything is perfectly designed in this world.
No.
Mm-hmm. So that was just a fun little tidbit. I thought you might get a kick out of, Amy, because it's like I got my kid watching you.
So. Absolutely. And hey, if I had a kid, I feel like what I would do, funny enough, is I wouldn't not teach them about religion. I'd teach them about all of them.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like my approach. And, I know, Pat, we've had a discussion about, that before. And, I take Pat's, words pretty seriously. So, like Pat doesn't think we should.
Pat's back there.
Yeah, I know he's back there. And it's, I take it his experience pretty seriously too. It's not that I don't. But it's funny because it's like Kai's a little skeptic because my mom just recently passed, and so her ashes came in today, and I'm just talking to him about my mom's ghost. I'm like, mom's spirit, like grandmom's still here with you, like, because I believe in some form of afterlife. Kai's like, ghosts aren't real, they're your imagination. And I'm just like, well, mommy's had some experiences where I, don't quite agree with that. At the end of the day, though, like, if that's what you believe, you're more than welcome to. I'm like, but mommy also believes in science, and mommy wants to basically prove one day ghosts are real. But yeah, I think, yes, I am a real life witch. I have my wand and everything. I'm not even the most witchy witch ever. Like, I don't cast, I don't even have my altar stuff. But you're darn right. I was ready to pick up some Southern Tier Pumpkin, some pumpkin beer when I saw it today. I am ready for fall. But yeah,
they had Sam Adams Oktoberfest was out. I picked up some of those last week. That's a great beer.
That's not bad. Southern Tier is one of my original loves. Dogfish Head too. I'm absconding my Delaware beers. Like Dogfish Head's pretty okay too. I like it as well.
It's a Delaware beer.
Yeah, Dogfish is based in Delaware. Although it's funny because Sam Adams, I think, basically owns the company now.
That's sold out.
But that's a conversation for another time and another theme stream. Yeah. I just think it's interesting, because I remember learning in middle school that, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, there's a lot of parallels. And I just think it's heckin' funny that, this is some of the same kind of stuff we're hearing from, the apologetics. Kind of some of it crosses over a little bit too. So that's kind of like my thoughts. And, it's like, when a child kind of can call out some of that as bullshit, like children are smart. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you what, they're smarter than we give them credit for.
No, I remember teaching my, driving in the car with my son and just like seeing a place like a psychic place. And he's like, what's that? I said, that's where they lie to people and take their money, and they tell you that they can know your future. And
and that's the unfortunate thing, because like, do I think that there are some people that may have because I think there probably are some real people. However, that being said, are there a lot of hecking con people that know how to like cold call and stuff like that? Abso-heckin-lutely. So again, like, that's why I'm like, I might believe in some of this stuff because I've had experiences, but at the same time, you don't always know what other people are, what's in other people's hearts and intentions. So I also believe in like trying to prove things with science, and just hopefully not by proving the existence of a soul end up like destroying the world and empowering shitty people. That's my hope. Hopefully, if we find some truth to things, maybe some explanations for things that are deemed paranormal, hopefully it won't empower shitty people to be like, see, this is proof of my shitty beliefs, and versus like, hey, we've made a huge, like, we know maybe there is something beyond death, or maybe that people are connected in a way that we probably couldn't explain prior. I think there's a whole lot that we can tap into, and maybe some stuff is ahead of its time. It's funny because I was talking about the Moderna vaccine, the mRNA technology. I believe the person who came up with that, she came up with that over 20 years ago. So she was ahead of her time, and she was like ridiculed by the scientific community. And now her technology, her ideas, her research and stuff are now being used to make vaccines. So
Talking
again,
about Jen?
I forget what her name is. I believe.
No.
Oh, sorry, I might have misheard you.
No, you're fine.
But yeah, I mean, I just think I'm just like looking at this and I'm just like, yeah, I mean, I'm that person where it's like I take little bits of inspiration and the good things. Like I'm probably what a lot of people would say I'm the worst type of cafeteria person. But to me, I'm the best type of cafeteria person because I'm just like, I'm going to take the stuff that's going to help me possibly find inspiration and be a better human being and not be a hecking bigot and think that I'm better than other people and possibly participate in a religious themed war. So,
hey, and we'll be the liberals of the religions that reform it. But thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
And woohoo! All right,
I can't
we're
heart
moving.
with beer in my hand. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's a heart beer. Woohoo! And all right, we're moving right down the line. We have Pat as we are asking ourselves why Islam is the truth, or at least we were asked that, and we saw some claims today. How are you tonight, and what are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm
How you doing,
really good.
Pat?
Thanks for asking. I'm doing great. So I just want to say thanks for having this show. Fall beer review with Amy and James, I think is going to be a big hit. And I'm glad to be on the first episode.
Woohoo!
But no, in all seriousness, as far as Islam being true, my position is no religion's true. So I can easily say that Islam falls into that. But Islam is a reality. And I think both historical and culturally, we need to acknowledge that and deal not only with its current, but its ancient past, but it's also its current reality for our world and what some versions and creedal statements within it are doing to either promote a system which is not only suppressive to its own people, but invokes violent extremism in others. So, if Islam was innocuous, I would have a different attitude. But none of the Abrahamic faiths seem to be that way. Again, they're prone to extremism, and for that reason, I'm pretty antithetical to all of it. But let's go ahead and jump on. Let someone else jump in. But yeah, is Islam true? The answer is no, but I'm sure someone else will weigh in other ways. But to be fair, neither is Christianity or Judaism. So
No.
3 strikes for the Abrahamics, right? So
Claire, if you're out there, this is your time.
Oh,
That's true. Muslims,
don't do that.
if you would like to join us, you got an open house to say your belief. We don't mute really anybody unless people are talking over each other, and that is not atheist or theist in either direction. We just want everybody to be having a good conversation. We're going to have 2 people who it's hard to even say disagree.
Did we think we lost Amy for a second, guys? But
She got summoned to Satan. Satan's got to talk
got
to her about those
summoned.
timeshares.
The internet
Oh, there you
fairies
are.
took me out. We're going to be
There's
talking.
the-
We got both Biblical Account and Ralph backstage. So I can't even say disagree because on this topic, they probably agree with us that Islam is not true, but we'll find out. So with that
We will
being
find
said,
out.
Biblical
Thank you, Pat.
Account, we are skeptic and ranting on why Islam is the truth. I hope you're doing well, and how do you feel about that statement?
Yeah, Islam is fictitious because it doesn't comport with the definition of our God of the Bible. as the irrefutable definition of our God of the Bible proves the ontology of Lord Jesus in actuality, which comports with John 3:16 in the Bible. Therefore, Lord Jesus exists. So if you reject that, you have to present a counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible. I yield my time over to the next person.
Woohoo! Thank you so very
Thank
much,
you.
biblical account, and we will actually roll into open conversation in a minute. But Ralph, we are skeptic and ranting. We are asking ourselves, is Islam the truth? I hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts?
Oh, good morning, and God bless you all. It's a wonderful morning. Yeah, I find myself in a very tricky position. I must, of course, immediately defend and reflect. It was in biblical accounts, God bless you, right? John 1:1 and John 3:16 is sufficient to prove that Christ is King. But I feel compelled, in a sense, to stand with my Jewish brothers and sisters and my Muslim brothers and sisters, who are also still perhaps a bit misguided in the Abrahamic tradition, but are still seeking one God against any assault on their faith. So yes, is Islam the truth? No, Christ is the truth. Obviously, the Logos is Christ. Everything else is derivative. And yes, I'm in a tricky position, Amy. You might be able to help me out. I'm a retro. I like your probing, like talking to you last time. So hello, everyone.
Thank you. And okay, with that, thank you so very much, Ralph.
Thank you, Ralph.
And we're going to roll into open conversation. If you just joined us, we're Skeptic and Ranting, talking about, is Islam true? Though I get the feeling we're about to have some theological fun. So with that, the floor is everyone's.
Oh. Don't everybody start at once.
Oh, no. All right, well, I mean,
take it, Amaretto.
I know, Pat, this isn't your area, like specific area of expertise, because you're more like Mediterranean, but I mean, what's your general thoughts on the video and what he was saying, like just breaking it down? Because I'm curious to see, I mean, how if you would break it down kind of the same way as Christianity. Oh, you're muted, Pat.
I do it once a stream.
Yeah. As far as, the claims regarding divinity and the expression of the fine-tuning argument and the necessity of a single creator deity, I mean those are claims that are made kind of uniformly across the Abrahamic faith system, right? So that is a commonality with other similar faith systems. The claims of scientific knowledge and literary style perfection and all that, well, that's kind of just ethnocentrism projected through the work. Basically, we're better than you because our book's better than you, and so our God's better than you. But you would expect that from the time period which gave rise to the system and the initial faith. So I don't really, there's similar passages within numerous works of the type, the Torah, the Tanakh, and even the New Testament, so to speak. But so that's not really something to be not expected. So it's something we expect to see in a monotheistic system. So, but other than that, I just think the claims there, they're fallacious, but they're ubiquitous among many apologetics, and I'm talking about apologetics within Islam. So no new arguments here. This is the same arguments that's been going around for literally hundreds of years within Islam. Is why is Islam true compared to other Abrahamic systems? So yeah, nothing new here, nothing to see. Just move on.
I mean, really, it breaks down with the Trinity. That's where that's how they invalidate Christianity in their own mind. They just get to the Trinity. It's incoherent, so they just shelve that and think Islam has it better.
Has it better what? Sorry, didn't hear you, Jen.
Islam has it better because they don't accept the Trinity. It's more of a reasonable religion.
Well, Judaism doesn't accept the Trinity either. There's only one Abrahamic faith that asserts a triune God, and that's Christianity.
They all got their shtick.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask you a question, Amy?
Sure, absolutely.
She would love it.
Oh, yeah.
What is your counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible?
The counter definition to the God of the Bible? What is your definition again of God?
Our God of the Bible has made his definition known to you. So you need to present, if you reject that, you need to present a counter argument to the definition which has been made known to you.
What was the definition again?
Our God of the Bible has made his definition known to me. Therefore, he has made his definition known to you. So you need to present a counter
My
argument.
definition of God is Nutella. So how do we tell between yours and mine?
Well, Nutella doesn't comport with the definition of God, as only our God of the Bible comports with the definition of God.
What is the definition? Wait. What is the definition?
I think coffee's a better.
There you
not
go.
Nutella, coffee. Amy used to tell me about going to NA meetings with an old flame of hers, and when they talk about God, it's like she'd be like coffee, and everybody would stare at her. Apparently.
Well, my question
I feel
would
bad
be,
for Taylor, but yes.
When you say Bible, are you using the definition? Like I would assume Christian definition, which includes the Old and New Testament, or are you referring to the Jewish Bible, which is the Christian Old Testament?
Our God of the Bible has made his definition known to us via general revelation in conjunction with the Bible. So because he has, and this comports with Romans 1:20, since the creation.
So you said Romans, so that's my question. So your internal critique about God's revelation of himself and his, and I'm saying he because he's presented as a he in both the Old and the New Testament is the Old and New Testament. So the Christian Bible is the confirmation for the Christian concept of God.
Yeah, so what is your counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible?
I don't understand how your God exists beyond living in human space. Like as a concept, I understand the God of the Bible existing. I don't know if he actually exists, and I think there are good reasons to say why he doesn't.
So
yeah, that's not really a counter argument.
You don't have a definition. I've been waiting for the definition.
Well, he's saying we understand the definition because it's in the Bible, because the Bible says we do. But if we don't believe the Bible, then we don't believe we have the definition. So you can't just say the definition that the Bible says. You need to give a little bit more information.
I said that's the definition of God has been made known to us via general revelation, which comports with the Bible, as this is backed up in Scripture. But if you don't want to argue the hermeneutics, well, that's not an argument. You have to present a counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible, which has been made known to you for this discussion to be intelligible.
But maybe if I jump in, if it helps, so maybe there's some confusion in the language there. Let me try a different way. As a Christian, I would say we know God by general revelation, special revelation, and the limits of any other way to describe the world. So we start by saying naturalism, nature in the universe, is general revelation from the assertion axiomatically that it was made by God. And then we have special revelation, the arrival of the Messiah, in the case of Christians. In the case of, obviously, Muslims, the Prophet.
But to be fair, general, in a Christian framework, the general expression of God's nature, i.e. naturalism, is only validated by confirmation by special revelation within the Christian system. God has told me that he created things, thus the things that he created are a manifestation and evidence of his creation. That's entirely circular. I understand the theological construct, but from just an outside view, it's circular reasoning and not
it's only circular reasoning if you reject the metaphysical and use objectivism to say a system of reason and logic is
well,
the yardstick.
You're asserting metaphysical, so I would say you have to demonstrate the existence of the metaphysical rather than just saying that I should assert it.
No, I don't. Not at all.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
If you're saying I have to enter a counter to it, you do. If I have to counter something that you are offering as evidence as part of your framework, then without evidence, I can as easily reject it without evidence.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think you misunderstood my point. It's no, because you reject the metaphysical, you only have objectivism, i.e. experience and reason. You can only make claims or counterclaims on me from objectivism while dogmatically asserting the absence of the metaphysical. Otherwise, you couldn't be an atheist. You have to be agnostic.
There's just no evidence of the metaphysical. So once there's evidence of the metaphysical, it would be easier. I also want to make the point that a definition is not an argument. So I'm not sure what I'd be countering if there isn't an argument.
But naturalism is merely a claim. It's not a defeater to the definition of our God of the Bible. So I've yet to hear a counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible.
But we haven't heard an argument for a God yet. Aren't you supposed to give an argument for a God? Doesn't that?
That's not a counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible.
That's not an argument. You're saying that you have a definition of God. I have a different definition. How do we know which person's definition of God is true?
Well, then what is your counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible, which has been made known to you?
I would say the God of the Bible does not exist. Therefore, the God of the Bible can not have made that claim. It was a human who made that claim.
That's just a claim that does zilch to the definition.
Now you are getting it. We need something.
Well,
we need an argument more than just a claim or a definition.
Yeah, I think I myself am also a bit confused by biblical accounts. I think this would be a language problem there, right? I'm not sure if that's...
So you can construct your God claims to make it impossible to falsify. You can do that, and that's basically what religion does, is trying to make it so that we can't prove conclusively this God doesn't exist, but that's not good evidence that he actually does exist, because he's a fictional being. He's a creation of the mind of humans. There's nothing to measure him to or nail him. He can be whatever you want him to be. So whatever we find to prove he's not real, you could just modify the claims and he exists somewhere else.
Yeah, correct. And that shows you, absolutely agree with you 100%. That shows you the limits you have of experience and reason to be able to address the metaphysical. You still think that
use the metaphysical
so what I'm saying is,
for anything else other than God?
No, what I'm trying to say is, because all you have is experience and reason, think logic and physics, you have making a presupposition that that's the yardstick by which you will measure God and reject it. We reject your yardstick.
Use metaphysics for anything else other than God?
No, but my point
use
is...
objective reason for everything else, but you get to God and you use metaphysics.
No, I live my life as a spirit and faith. I don't live my life as an experience and reason at all. I never have. I'm not a piece of flesh unfolding in space-time.
And I
only... It's a materialistic view. I'm not that thing. I'm Ralph, and I'm a Christian, and I don't believe I wake up every day going through my logic, experience, and reason at all.
When you
you know, that's again a presupposition you're making on the metaphysical.
Claims is not a defeater. You need to present a definition of a defeater in relation to the definition of our God of the Bible.
Okay, which God of the Bible? Are you talking about Yahweh, Elohim, El Shaddai, the Adonai? I mean, again, it's pretty easy.
I am jealous.
Again, this is the Son of Man. Again, this is the issue with Christianity, is they say God, they translate the original Hebrew into God or Lord or whatever terminology they want, which has no actual literal connection to the language of the original text. They use the word Yahweh interchangeable with Elohim, interchangeably with El Shaddai. And even when it's plural, like in the case of the Adonai, they translate it into the singular because it contorts and conforms to their theology. So again, again, I'm going to finish. When you say the God of the Bible has revealed himself in Scripture, I say your revelation in Scripture is flawed because of its translation and projection of theology through it. So again, we can't reach a definition because we're not even using the same words and the same linguistic context.
Yeah,
So
everyone knows our God of the
definition.
Bible exists, either explicitly or
No,
indirectly.
no,
However,
you're
your
asserting
monologuing is
false
not a
claim.
defeater.
I don't know that your God exists.
And I would say there's good reason he doesn't
And if you assert that he's written on my heart or some metaphysical claim like that, I call bullshit, because I can just easily say that you've
been saying his name, though.
What?
You've been made known of his definition because you were saying his name.
Sure. That's.
I don't believe in
I
Freya
also know Thor
either.
exists. I've read the Enuma Elish. I've read numerous texts that precede the Pentateuch that predate it by at least 1,500 to 2,000 years. And you think I should give deference to some group of semi-nomadic goat herders from Palestine region that settled and found a marginal state that was obviously controlled by regional powers greater than itself, and I'm supposed to give deference to it? If I'm going to worship an ancient god who projected power, then I'm going to worship Asher, because the Assyrians kicked everybody's ass for 2,000 years.
And we'll let them
no consequence. So the projection of God of the Old Testament is like a third string basketball team getting eliminated in the first round of some major contest. They wanted to claim that they're quote unquote the best team around. The kingdom of Israel as an actual kingdom where they were self-governing at the various periods that they supposedly did so. If we added all those times up, it's less than 200 years. And for a people that's been around for at least 3,000, that's a pretty poor batting average. So
well, you might say that, but I would say since the arrival of the original covenant from the Jewish people through the arrival of the Messiah, we as Christians have dominated the entire history of the world.
That clock is very appropriate, right?
Every bit of the world.
I
call that like a winning result. Christians have dominated and written the entire history of this world. So I think that's pretty much like a 1-0 to us, matey. You're using a computer.
That's a pretty ethnocentric and in many ways marginally racist.
Just keep it score.
Yeah. And I just say this, and we'll bring in Deconverted Man. But I mean, just if Islam gets more believers, that doesn't make it true. Also, I mean, if anything, the whole point is that so much of the world, in our view, believes in superstition. We are trying to take, 40% of the country believes in creationism. They think the world was 6,000 to 10,000 years old. That is the uphill battle.
Amy, you're right, because let's put things in perspective. For the majority of civilization, let's measure that by the Fertile Crescent 10,000 years ago, where we stopped farming crop. The majority of time has been dominated by us who believe in God, and you are a recent fringe population that only tell yourself you have a superior worldview, but almost every other human being disagrees with it.
Well, first
this
of all,
arrogance of materialism is a spiritual. If I may finish it, the arrogance of this is what I like to call a spiritual refugee, or someone who is metaphysically homeless. Right? You're like the metaphysical homeless. You can't see what we feel and see, which is the love of God, and your position is a minority position for the majority of time.
So based on your own criteria, the only one right, I mean, if you give time is the deference, then Amaretto's polytheistic worldview predates and is longer temporally than your own. So monotheism as the newest guy on the block of the religious groups, I think by your own argument and by your own metric, you're the minority view as far as traditions from 10,000, 8,000 BCE.
I just want to point out that people having less information and then believing theism is not a good argument for me. Now that we actually have.
I don't want to make these sorts of arguments. I don't need to. I can make the canonical argument as a Christian.
Okay.
I don't need to make these arguments. I'm just participating.
No, you're fine.
We only started making strides as a people, as a civilization, when we put the metaphysics on the shelf and we whipped out the science and we started seeing what actually happens, how the universe really works. And in that, we've made a lot of progress in 200 years from where we came from.
Well, I agree. So, for example, I'm very interested in things like the Penrose Hamerhoff OARC propositions. I'm a theoretical computer scientist. I'm really into constructive theory, quantum mechanics, and all of these mechanisms that allow us to give us unifications of naturalism just keep pointing us to the transcendent. None of them preclude, exclude, or are capable of eliminating the transcendent. Even if we Borgify it, and I'm a geek, as an ultra-materialist, and I go into transhumanism via Borgification, so I get to a consciousness that's hyper beyond what a human can comprehend, I've done nothing to preclude our faith. You don't understand faith. Right?
Nothing to prove it.
But
proof is a tool of reason, and Gödel shows me that proofs are incomplete. A proof is
only in terms of religion.
No, in mathematics.
And so I just want to go back. So just because it's been the dominant belief system when people had, once again, for thousands of years, thought that when, lightning came from gods, we are talking about us trying to figure out what is going on in the natural world, and we are finally starting to get our bearing on it with the scientific method. But I'm okay with being metaphysically homeless, because if the metaphysics world doesn't exist, then it's just a paper card thing where it's just
if I was being silly, let me be silly for a second, because that's like a good thing. If I was silly for a second, I'd say, look, if I accept natural materialism as an atheist, the first thing I'm going to do is set up a YouTube channel to mount the argument that you can't morally prove to me cannibalism is bad. Because you're just a beat of meat that speaks in space, right? There's no afterlife. There's no soul. I mean, you're no different from another part of the
subjective thing, though.
That's just a food chain, right?
So that's nihilism. But so not cannibalism is wrong.
No, but really, because we have no soul, there's nothing precious and special other than the arrangement of matter.
Nothing special. No, exactly.
Yeah, we're just like a piece of meat, right? So I mean, I'm not
called
sure
being an adult. Being an adult, admitting that we are just fleshy creatures.
I said I was being silly. I'll stop now.
Fine. I mean, most people have an evolutionary.
You guys.
Most people have an evolutionary inherited aversion to want to consume their own species. It's part of evolution that we shouldn't be killing each other as a food source. We should probably be killing other animals.
But the food web is full of self-devouring. The food web, if you look at all studies in ethology, they eat up, down, and
I am here.
So,
I was like, I'm still not here. I am here. I was looking at the wrong place.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Yep.
Yay.
How are you, deconverted man? We are Skeptic and Ranting, asking if Islam is the truth, and we're now on just theological grounds in general.
Yeah. Islam the truth? I don't think so. They got that magic box, though. I mean, you got to give them credit for that. That's like a whole weird thing. Like inside there's pictures of it online. And they have like a piece of meteor, I think, that they think.
I like Randolph's version of it.
Yeah, like, I don't know what that's about, but yeah, I mean, they believe it. And, with the Taliban took back over, on all that mess, and everybody's blaming everybody else, that nobody wants to take accountability for it, politics, right? It's just the left is blaming the right's blaming the left. I'm like, how about we blame ourselves? I don't know.
How about we blame the military contractors?
Blame all the things.
Actually, it's not even like the on the ground military contractors. It's their bosses, the heads of these companies.
I mean, there's much
to the tune of 20 billion.
Yeah, there's a lot of blame to go around, but I think it's it's like regardless, whatever, something weird's gonna happen. I don't know.
Or option B, Allah is after all the best of all planets. Right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it might be. I'm sure that the Taliban's like, hey, look, we took over. That means that we were right all along, and our version of Islam is right. And you can say, well, that's not the real Islam, which is, of course, silly. It's same thing as like the Christians that don't believe in the Trinity aren't really Christians because they don't believe in the Trinity. No, they are. you know,
The Crusaders thought they could never lose. They didn't even have to bring weapons sometimes. They would just win because God was on their side.
This is kind of a tangent. I had a thing here, Amy, if you could share my screen here that I have in the background here, because I wanted to respond to the yellow biblical circle guy.
Our biblical account. This is his first time on the panel, I think, tonight.
Yeah, so this is what he was doing is precept. So I just want to bring my precept to fight his precept, and my precept is better. So go ahead and negate this paragraph.
So I'm going to read it for the audience. It is. I think he is. He's addressed it to you, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. It's story hour. The word of the real God is this paragraph. No other paragraph about God.
Do you want to read it, Amaretto?
Because this is the real word of God, and other paragraph sentences and anything else written or spoken cannot be true about God. God, then, the real one. And God is hereby defined as being the real one. This is one that is real. How do we know it's 50% full of real? One, because the real God said so, and no other God said so. So it's not true, you see. The real for the real, true truth of God is only held in the mind of one human who was chosen by God to reveal this paragraph at this time. And if you could not refute this paragraph, then your God is false. God has chosen the human who calls himself deconverted man online, and also calls himself Dan Green. That's right, Reese's Pieces at times. And only he knows the real, true God as outlined in this paragraph. Unless you refute it.
All right,
and
that's
by
me.
the way,
I'm
whales have
man.
15.
My friends call me Dan Green, but the precepts can call me nothing because I hate presuppositionalism. So yeah, refute this paragraph and go. You can't.
I am real. I am the one.
I'm going to.
You can't. And the reason
you can't dismiss.
No, you can't dismiss this paragraph.
I'm explaining it.
No, you have to refute the paragraph.
I need like 2 sentences, so you can't dismiss God's omnibenevolence onto theologically entailing benevolence. Excuse me.
But that's my God. It's the real God. It's only the God I know.
I'm refuting your paragraph.
No,
I'm going to refute your paragraph.
Let him try. Let him try.
Go ahead.
So your paragraph doesn't comport with the definition of our God of the Bible, because our God of the Bible is omnibenevolent onto the theologically, entailing benevolence to finitude and size, zoetic particulars ontologically, and this comports with special revelation in conjunction with John 3:16 in the Bible.
Right,
so without special revelation, John 3:16 debunks all other false gods.
This didn't you read the paragraph? It said that this negates your version of God. I know the real version of God, and you don't.
Then present a definition as a defeater to the definition of our God of the Bible.
It's right there. It says all other definitions except for this one are false, unless you refute this one, which you can't.
That's not a definition. That is a claim.
No, this is the definition. It said it right there. Didn't you read it?
You need to present a definition of a defeater to the definition of our God of the Bible.
It's
right definition battle.
It's right there. I win.
It's a baseless assertion, but he's trying to say is that your Bible is also a baseless assertion. Anybody can make a baseless assertion.
The problem
God's omnibenevolence comports with the Bible.
No.
That's a baseless assertion.
God. I know the true God as revealed by God to me. See, you believe in a false God. This paragraph has already outlined that the real God has revealed itself to me and me alone. And I've explained it all in this paragraph, which you have not refuted and cannot refute because it's impossible. Now, if you want to understand why that's the case, I'll tell you. If you want to engage in precept, I've already won. You can't win. Thanks for playing. Want to play
No,
again?
you said it has only been revealed to you, so you have
Correct.
violated the omnibenevolence of our
But
God,
your God
because
is
an
fake.
omnibenevolent God would make his definition known to everyone, which comports with
That's what
Romans
you think God
1:20.
is. I know what the real God is. See, you believe in the fake God. I believe in the real God. It's been revealed to me. You have the
yet
fake God.
to present a counter argument to the definition of our God of the
No,
Bible.
I did, because your God of the Bible is made definitionally incoherent by this definition of the real God who's revealed itself only
so
to me.
biblical
We can
account.
keep going around and around forever. Now, if you want to learn actual reason why this doesn't work, I'd love to explain it to you. But if you're stuck on your presuppositional script, then I guess we're done talking, which is usually where precept begins and ends. Is I assume that my thing is correct. I'm going to assert it as correct, and then that's it. And I'm going to make the other person have the burden of proof. I'm going to employ circular reasoning, and I'm just going to stick on script, which is what I heard you do from the very start when you started your precept stuff. People asked you, what do you mean by God? Which God? And you wouldn't answer that because precepts typically don't answer complex questions.
They just say,
about
we
what
already
you mean
know.
by God. I mean, well, our God, the God of the Bible. Which Bible? There's many Bibles out there. No, there's only one Bible. Which one are you talking about? The God. And they don't want to get off script too far, because presuppositionalism relies upon the scripted responses that they already have. Side 10, Bergengate was a pretty good master of precept, but he got pwned eventually because it is illogical at its core. Precept isn't any other thing than pre-assuming that you're right. So we play the I win game, and the rules of the I win game are I win. And if you don't play, I also win. So even if you don't want to play, I've already won that game. And in fact, all of you have already lost.
I think Amy wants to get in here.
And
I want to give him a chance.
And the thing is, the precept, the thing is, you're stuck. If you don't want to leave your script of precept, you are stuck as a human being. If you're willing to drop the precept for a moment, and we can actually talk about your beliefs and your ideas and why you hold them, then that's an actual conversation, which is what Amy and company are attempting to do here in these sort of hangouts, is actually engage in your belief. Now, we're not out to deconvert you. We couldn't do that even if we wanted to. That's your journey to take. And if you think presuppositionalism is the end-all, be-all, great argument thing, great. That's a debate you can have. But if you want to have a conversation, then let's do that. If not, I already won, and you already lost, and we both lost because we're both using.
You haven't made a counter argument. You can't refute the definition. You can't refute the definition of our God of the Bible, because you know our God of the Bible exists.
That's silly. It's just precept. Did you not listen to a thing I said about? Did you not hear a thing I said?
Like, if your God of the Bible truly exists, what's your hard evidence that will convince even like non-Christians that your God is? Because this is the thing, and this is why I'm Unitarian Universalist, because I don't think anybody's got 100% right, and it's a penis waving contest. Everybody wants to throw their dicks around and says, yeah, it's my way or the highway. And I think it's stupid.
I want to make sure, unless that was your full answer, biblical account, I want you to have a response, but then I just want to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, our God of the Bible is eternal, and he has made his definition known to us via general revelation. So you can't refute the definition. I've yet to hear a counter argument out of you, because you can't refute his definition, as his definition is irrefutable, because you know our God of the Bible exists.
And I want to have a few questions with him. Go ahead. So general revelation. Do you mean the whole Bible, or do you mean specific passages?
No, I mean the universe.
The creation
general
of
revelation
the world
means the entire naturalism. The entire universe is.
Creation requires a creator.
I think the world was formed through natural means, and
correct.
so
you're
that
not,
is
you're not an option, because you deny
pantheism or panentheism. But that violates God's omnibenevolence, because the false God in pantheism hasn't revealed himself,
Not a pantheist.
which doesn't comport with John 3:16 in the Bible.
Okay,
So
but
an
even
all-loving
the
God would
Christian
provide
brother,
special
the more general
mercy.
point to my Christian brothers, even if I was a Muslim, a Jew, a Hindu, a pantheist, I'm still foundationally admitting the metaphysical axiomatically.
What?
You're not.
What's the evidence he revealed himself aside from he says he did?
First of all, general revelation. The
Yeah.
entire universe is the manifestation of the
Okay.
creation of the creator is an axiomatic stance. Then
Which
special
creator?
revelation, prophecy, the arrival of the Messiah is a direction towards the
No,
metaphysical.
okay, so I mean, I got to stop you here. Which creator?
There's only one creator.
I can do, at least off the top of my head, about 22 to 25 different creation myths to not include your God.
So the answer to that from the Christian canon is that all of these are paths to, some of them may be true paths or false paths, but they are paths to the metaphysical.
Right.
So I to take a Muslim brother, and I would defend his faith by saying he has embraced the faith, though I deny the faith. He has embraced the faith to get to Allah through the direct propagation of the Quran. And even though we may disagree theologically, we agree metaphysically that it is a pursuit of something incapable of being described by naturalism. We therefore look as God believers that naturalism, the laws of physics, orchestrated reductionism, is just a way for me to probe the metaphysical. The correct tool to probe the metaphysical is not logic and reason, it is faith.
But
Amy's trying to do a Socratic.
I want to ask questions. So you said it was general revelation.
The universe is general revelation.
The universe is general revelation. Do you mean just the universe coming into existence, or do you mean the earth? Do you mean life?
I mean Amy and Ralph participating in the experience of being in this world is revelation of the metaphysical, as opposed to a scientific method-based ontology that explains it this way.
So I disagree. How do we find out which one of us is right?
Well, when you define right, you would have to define right by the yardstick of objectivism, i.e. experience and reason, verificationism, the scientific method. Those would be your only tools in which you would define right.
I would say those are the best tools to figure out something
right angles to each other. So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you two, three rapid fire questions because it's Islam.
Sure.
So Amy, what would you require right now to believe that Islam is true?
I would like the prophet, the God of Prophet Muhammad to come down to me. I'd like him to have a conversation. I'd like to shake hands. I'd like to do empirical testing on him. I think that would be the first.
Stone cold.
Brilliant. So I said it would be a chain of quick questions. Brilliant. So suppose I now, for example, injected you with 800 milligrams of sodium pentothal, sat you down in front of a machine, and checked that statement you just made as being true. What if it came out that under sodium pentothal, truth serum, and a brain scan, that you actually just lied because you are wired to be skeptical? Even that, I would posit to you that even that would not make you believe in Islam.
I'm pretty sure the sodium
You would not
pentothal
believe
is
in
not
Islam because you're
100%
skeptical.
fact.
You're dogmatic about your skepticism.
So yeah, I would say
So
that's
basically, you want to do Amy. They're saying they want to drug you.
So yeah, I would say that's
Okay, guys.
We got all the sodium pentothal dealers in the hood. So I'm just saying, if
I would say it is a loaded question because it's saying that you're going to hook me up to a machine, and you're saying the factual statement that I give you isn't factual. So what do you do with the factual statement you just said isn't factual?
Maybe you understand me, Amy. I'm saying it nicely. What I'm saying is, what if I'm trying to, just in a teasing these silly way, say, no, you are actually dogmatic about skepticism, and no amount of naturalistic revelation is going to change your belief in faith. It would take a metaphysical revelation
And I would
She believes
say
that the world
that
is
It would
is
not
round.
be a physical
I
revelation.
would say that is a weak God who is not all powerful. And the simple thing that I asked to get him here physically and to just show him up like a water bottle, clearly he can't even do that. So I don't even know
Well, he
why
could
he
do
claims
that.
to
I
be
think
a God.
it's the arrogance to assume that the omnipotent God needs
Me
to
or him?
deal with Amy's. Because I'm making a stronger claim. I'm saying that no, it would no physical act. If I took you, I've got really good friends who are hardcore atheists, for example, and I tell them this all the time. If I put you down, I gave you Caltech, MIT, double-blind trial, full equipment, you can interrogate the God, you still would not believe. You would pursue the science of the gaps and try to find a
Can I ask?
naturalistic explanation for it.
Can I ask?
You
Is
are
that why
dogmatic
he?
about your skepticism.
But can I ask? Is that why he doesn't show up? Is that why he doesn't show up to people and show up for empirical testing?
We
Because he
believe
thinks
God. We
we're
believe
liars?
God reveals ourselves every day to me, in many ways.
I don't. So how do we figure out who's right?
It's a question of who's right.
I have a follow-up to what you asked there. N symbol. I can't see names, so I apologize. N arrow symbol guy. British.
So the two theists we have is Ralph, who is the arrows guy, and then biblical account for the win, which is that.
Okay, so Ralph then.
I changed my icon to suppose theism. Off you go.
Okay, then also epic beard guy that's trying to challenge my beard.
Taliban man.
But will never win against my beard. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, we'll have a beard contest later. I don't know. Yeah.
It's better than the dick waving contest.
So what you said, it might be now. Are you okay with biological evolution and all that, or do you have issues with that?
Absolutely. Like even the Vatican accepts the Big Bang and
all right. So what you said is it might be that my brain or anyone, well, I'll just say me because I don't want to assume anything about anyone else. It might be that my brain is wired to be skeptical, at least now, although prior to my deconversion, it wasn't. So maybe I have more of a plastic brain or something.
A lost out.
Who knows? But it might it might also be that your brain is wired to be that of a theist. So that might be true. It might be that no matter what we showed you, however we could show you whatever argument it was, it might be at the end of the day that you say, well, that's fine. There's still a God. And you said the way to get to that is faith. And my brother's a theist, and he's what we decided his name online would be reasonable theist, because he says it's all faith. There isn't any evidence. There isn't any argument that is valid and sound. It is faith.
You just believe it because you want to believe it.
Yeah, and he said, look, even in the Bible, there's arguments that faith is valued more than evidence with Thomas and things like this.
It's pretty clear.
Like, if there was evidence, then it wouldn't be the God of the Bible. It'd be some other God. Like if there was empirical evidence, like Amy was talking about, like if God showed up, maybe he shows up as a water bottle just to mess with us. I don't know.
But you see the problem. My problem with that, if you don't mind me interrupting, my problem with that is going to be, I actually dispute the underpinnings of that argument. If, for example, the sky was to part and God was to appear with a big white flowing beard, all the naturalists would immediately try to find a naturalistic explanation for it.
Right. Well, that might be
aliens projecting from spaceship. The most likely evolved species. They would not accept the metaphysics.
And that might be the case. And what I would say, wouldn't it also be the case that if your brain is wired to believe in God, it might also be wired to believe in a particular type of God, so that if a different God turned out to be true, you would say, well, that's just a test for.
Well, I mean, I can flip the other way, and you can ask someone who does believe in God, which is me, how I feel about the world. And I usually come about this way. I don't go about my life and my world thinking I'm a bunch of a 20,000 dimensional genome unfolding in space-time. I don't use experience and reason. I use my entire biology, my skin, the air on me, the entire embracement of nature in an experience that fundamentally isn't rational. It's experiential, it's immersed, it's biological, it has the boundaries of the physical and the metaphysical. And if you look at the cutting edge of brain, of cognitive neuroscience, we know that reason is embedded 4 layers deep into something that is, first of all, instinctive. inferential. So when you come to me and say, if I were to ever show you some set of reasons, a 1024 deep nested modus ponens, tractable logic, computable procedure, these aren't the ways I feel I exist, experientially.
Right,
Foundationally, I don't think of myself as an objective robot.
None of that had to do with the point that I was trying to make, which is that if it turned out to be a different God existed, it might just be that your brain is wired to believe in a God X, and it turns out to be God Y. And so if your brain was wired to be a certain way, and that God didn't want to just change your brain so that you could, believe reality, then you would be stuck thinking, well, this God that revealed itself isn't really
not quite, my friend. The reason what you're doing there is another a common mistake that we'd expect from an atheist. Is what you're doing is you're creating
also, Ralph, I'm gonna interrupt
anyways.
you to say that you can finish your answer, but the response is going to be from Leo, who just joined us.
All right.
And so, Ralph, the floor is
but...
back to you, though.
No, but see, that's a common mistake. It's what an atheist and a nationalist is doing. Is you're creating like an org chart of gods. You're going God left, God right, God one, God two, and then you're telling one God believer, hey, would you switch gods and stuff? I'm telling you, foundationally, no Hindu, Christian, Muslim, Jewish person comes to God like that. We don't feel that there are many gods, and today I'm just going to buy it like a TV package. I'm just going to bolt on my faith. We don't approach our existence that way.
Yeah, but I think you.
So no Hindu would that a Hindu, a Christian, and a Jew and a Muslim and me listening to you would consider the statement sort of absurd.
Yeah. I
We
think
don't think of God as something that's just shopping. It's not a utilitarian function, baby.
I think you missed my point. Oh, sorry, I think you missed my point, but thank you. We should set up a thing to talk sometime on my channel. It'd be interesting to talk to you directly and not. Anyway, so I'm done with my questions, and I ate the precept, and thank you, Amy, for this. And,
thank you.
Did you ever hear airline Amy? Because I keep bugging you about that stupid song.
I know.
And you haven't done it yet. Damn it.
Okay, hold on. Don't leave yet. I'm going to literally
right now.
So I'm going to literally do it right now. So
if you play it now.
No, I'm not going to play it. But I am going to have it queued up. You said it's Airline Amy.
Airline Amy by Weird Al.
Okay. Oh, it's by Weird Al.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
love
that's
Weird
it.
Al.
That's all I've got.
Great
Thanks,
guy.
everybody. Peace out. And anyone that wants to set up a talk with me, email me, deconvertedman1, the number 1, at gmail.com. And subscribe to Amy. Like Amy, post Amy, send Amy money. I don't need money. Well, I mean, I won't refuse your money, but apparently Amy wants money. I don't do Patreon.
We all want money.
So
Patreon
baby.
money. Give Amy and I money so we can get our YouTube apartment.
Yeah,
I do chill pretty hard. I can't help it.
Chat. Is that? I think I know you, but I don't know if I know you. I don't know. I'm going to go now.
Which man?
The witch hat. Which hat?
Oh, Amaretto.
Amaretto, honey.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what it is. The witch hat girl. I don't know what your name is. I'm sorry. I don't know anything.
It's
Monsters
Amaretto,
exist.
honey.
All right, I'm out of here.
What a night. And all right, we're actually going to go for like 20, 30 more minutes, and then we're going to start our outros. But Leo,
let's get ready for Leo to
I talk first after Leo. Nobody talked after Leo.
We are asking ourselves, well, why is Islam true? Is it? Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't really give a shit about Islam. It's the most boring thing I've ever tried to read next to continental philosophy. I just had a really quick question for Philip. What does it mean to refute a definition?
Well,
maybe he's not with us. So the conversation.
Biblical account, and I actually one of my questions is I was trying to get the passage up so we could bring up the passage.
So was pretty perfect. You got to admit.
Cricket.
He was asking. We'll ask again, Leo.
What?
Ask
He's
again.
Back now.
Philip back?
He's back.
Okay. So what does it mean to refute a definition?
Is that on biblical accounts?
I don't know what that means. Yes. What does it mean to refute a definition?
That's your position. That's the predicament.
What do you
put
mean that's
yourself
my
in.
position? I don't know what that means. I'm just asking you a question. You said you can't refute our definition. I'm asking you what that even means. What does it mean to refute a definition?
It's impossible to refute the definition of our
That's
God
not
of the
what I'm
Bible.
asking you. I didn't ask you if it was possible or impossible. I'm asking you what it means to say refute a definition. What do you mean when you use those words in that particular structure? What does that mean? That's what I'm asking you.
That's your problem, not my problem.
I didn't mention anything about problems. Like, my dude, are you really struggling this bad? What do you mean when you say refute a definition? I don't know what that means. So when you say, well, it's your position, I don't know what that means when you say it's my position. I don't know what you mean when you say any of that because I don't know what you're saying.
You have to present a defeater in relation to
What do
the
you mean by
definition
defeater?
of our
What do you
God
mean
of the
by a
Bible.
defeater? What's a defeater for a definition?
Yeah,
There isn't a defeater to our God of the Bible.
I don't know what that means.
Words.
So
This isn't who
if you
has
look
the
up the
biggest dictionary to
definition,
be plain and
if you
clear.
look up a definition for a hammer, and how do you refute that when you're looking at a hammer? How
Guys,
is it not a hammer?
I'm working down a line. So, Philip, do you know, you do realize that definitions are not truth apt, correct?
Biblical account.
No. I'm asking you another
FBW.
question. Why can't you answer questions? Did you know that definitions are not truth apt? Is that something you knew?
I've yet to
Yes or
hear
no? Yes or no?
argument
Yes or
from
no?
you.
Did you know that definitions are not truth apt? Yes,
You can't
did know that, or
refute
no,
the
you didn't?
definition of
That's
our
not what
God
I'm
of the
asking you.
Bible
That's
because
not,
you
that is
know
not
our
what I
God of the
asked you.
Bible exists.
That's not what I asked you. Did you know that definitions are not truth apt? Do you know what it means for something to be truth apt?
Well, may I ask you a clarifying question?
Sure.
So from what worldview are you asking me this question in order for
I'm
it
not
to be
asking you this
intelligible?
question from a worldview.
Well, then you have to present a defeater to the
A
definition
defeater for
of our
what? I
God of the
haven't made any.
Bible.
I haven't made any statements or propositions. I
Well,
don't have
then
anything to
possibly
defeat.
defeat a definition.
Yeah, when you're Leo, when you're ready, I can jump in, but I think you're doing a good job.
And so actually, Pat,
You can't do it.
Say a state.
I just want something to explain like I'm a 6-year-old. Because, I mean, listen, being a 33-year-old alcohol inebriated person is kind of like on the same thing. So let's not have like a superfluous dick flinging contest.
And also,
Will
is
all
backstage.
smarter in different ways. Explain it like I'm 6.
The point that I was getting at is that definitions, number one, definitions are not like prescriptive. It's not like you can only ever use this word to mean this thing. That's not how language works.
Yeah.
Definitions are just usages. They're ways that we use certain sounds and what we're referring to when we make those sounds. It's literally all a word is. A fancy sound that an ape makes when it wants to talk about a thing in the world. And the thing is that these are not given as being truth apt. It makes no sense linguistically or logically to speak of definitions for words in terms of being true or being false. Refuting something generally, excuse me, refuting something generally means that you're showing that it's false. But if falsity isn't a property that can apply to definitions, then it makes no sense to say refute a definition.
Your surmising claims is not a counter argument. Your surmising is not a counter argument to the
what
definition.
Makes you think I was even trying to provide a counter argument? I'm just explaining how you obviously misunderstand what definitions for words are because you made the statement refute a definition, which, as I just explained, makes no sense.
I have a definition for our God of the Bible. You have to present a counter argument to the definition of our God of the Bible, which has been made
it's a language problem.
My
Christian brother, I think you have a language problem there. I think when you say definition of an argument, it's actually, strictly speaking, meaningless.
I said definition of a defeater.
Our definition of defeater would be something else, but
that
even then,
doesn't mean anything.
clumsy language.
That is incoherent.
Well, that's the thing. Like, like words don't always have one single meaning.
No, they don't.
They can be used in different ways. I've even posted in the chat. Just there, you can see several examples of what refute can mean. And I think that's kind of what Leo, I think, maybe is getting at. You need to be a lot clearer in
the language is clumsy, to be honest. That's the problem.
He's being vague intentionally. He's asking for something he knows can never be given because He's just being obstinate.
I am willing.
And I love being
be
obstinate.
very charitable. I'll be very charitable.
I like hearing stubbornness.
To,
I like breaking brats.
Biblical account, right? So I will be as charitable as possible. But you're asking for definition. Refute my definition. You're asserting it by just assertion, but I will not fall down that rabbit hole. For a definition to be correct and a definition to be consistent and then thus valuable and viable, a definition must be internally consistent with itself. And you said the Bible. So all the descriptions of God, because you're saying God is self-evident within the Bible, and I asked you earlier which Bible you're referring to. You used Romans, which includes the New Testament, so you're referring to the Christian Bible. Then all definitions of God within that body of literature must be internally consistent. And by assertion, the same thing you did, I am telling you they are not. There are definitions of God in the Old Testament in the plural. God is God is a plural God. In the Old Testament, God then evolves into a singular God. God is not monotheistic, absent other divinities. He is a henotheistic God that exists within a pantheon of other gods, and he is the God of a people, but not of the world. He is a creator that allows...
God.
I'm going to finish.
Okay, take your time.
In the New Testament, he evolves into a later development triune God, but that's not a consistent definition because God is not defined whether or not he is of God in equality, in God in stature. Is he a Trinitarian God? Is he a subordinationist God? Is he and we're talking about Jesus here as an aspect of God, or is God a adoptionist God? So God as an internal definition of itself is inconsistent within the body of Scripture that you're saying is self-evident. So because it's not self-evident and internally consistent, your definition fails.
I do have a quick question, Pat.
Well,
why did you leave out the modalists?
I'm just there. I mean,
yeah.
And
thank you, Pat. That was a good.
I want to actually get Will in, and hey, I think will that make it even? That'll make 4. We got a number of theists. We're having fun tonight. Will.
You're on mute, Pat.
We are sending you love, and we're asking, is Islam true? Because that's what we watched tonight. Woo, I know exactly.
That's just like asking if Manchester United is the best team in Europe.
Yes, it is.
No, I really just came on to tell Pat that he ruined my day.
Shots fired.
No, I'm kidding, Pat. Pat and Dr. Jim and I were talking to each other in Discord for like 9 hours yesterday.
I thought it was 10, but yeah, it was pretty
10.
good.
It was a long time. I fell asleep around 11 o'clock in the afternoon and slept till about 4 or 5. So thanks for taking.
I think Will coming on is very important because we have 2 self-identified Christian theists here who talk about self-evidence. And we have another Christian theist, and I will strongman his position, who is entirely faith-based. His theology is faith-based. Evidence being personal only, not universally known. And if I'm not steelmanning your position, Will, please explain it better than I have.
I do believe in common grace, right? So God making himself known in a way that holds people to account, but not in a way that they could know him on their own.
I'll match that.
Like, do you think it's a matter of like when people say that they know him on their own, you know, like these prophets, you know, do you think it's...
No, I simply think that there's enough evidence in that God has revealed himself enough that say on the day of judgment, if someone says, well, yeah, I heard about the book and stuff, but I never had any evidence. And God will say this, and this. He's like, yeah, but I didn't know that was you. He's like, sorry.
Bring some sunscreen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I respect your position, Will, but I don't know if I 100% agree with that. Just because, and for different reasons than
Pat. I thought you might not.
the reason, I guess, looking at it from a sociological perspective is that there's so many different cultures across the globe, so many places where still even Christianity has not even touched. There are remote tribes. There's an island in like outside of India that people are, they're specifically told like not to trespass on, and
North
actually a
Sentinel
Christian
Island.
missionary died because they tried
Right.
to.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the biblical gospel. I'm talking about natural
general
evidence.
notion of God.
Right. Yeah. So like the fact that theism exists in all cultures across all.
Then it's your job to try to find
it may not be
him.
Christianity, but theism
So
exists.
you just care that somebody believes in something. It might not necessarily, like, no matter what they call it.
I'm not saying that leads to salvation. I'm saying that's the evidence that God has manifested. Right. The saving grace comes through faith, which is given to people by God. It's not of their own choice. It's not something they do. There's no amount of you believing.
I guess they would say
you cannot
enough.
believe unless God.
That people can do different works to basically gain salvation. Like,
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to just make sure.
Not
I
only
remember.
that, it is true. Saving faith cannot be gained without God first revealing Himself to you.
What the fuck?
And that's why you ask a Calvinist.
I mean, I think it's interesting. Like, we briefly touch on Calvinism, at least like in Delaware public schools, but, it's not a position that, you typically, we talk about it in like a more past context, not people actually believing it today. And I know that certain denominations do lean towards Calvinistic,
Reformed Baptist,
but there's so many different sects.
Presbyterian.
Yeah, like actually, it's funny. Like my aunt, who just passed from COVID in December, I came to find out she had actually left the Catholic Church and joined the Presbyterian Church. But there's even there's so many differentials in that, everybody believes something a little bit different. Like the Presbyterian Church here in America, I believe, is the first to affirm a gay priest, a gay pastor.
That was the Episcopal.
Was that Episcopal?
Yeah.
I keep getting them mixed up. And this is the problem. There's so many
They're
different...
an offshoot of Anglicanism, so they're related to the Church of England. So.
Okay.
The PCA and the RPCA.
There's so many different people, but there's liberal versions of the church and conservative versions of like a lot of different sects.
Right. So like the PCA and the RPCA split in the 1800s due to slavery, right? They were one.
Yeah, like the
they were
Baptists
all,
and the Southern Baptists.
Yeah, they were the RPCA. They were all one body before then. They were the American Presbyterian.
But similarly, the skeptic community isn't monolithic.
Yeah, sure. Not at all.
Yeah, I don't think any religious community is monolithic. I mean, I can definitely Unitarian Universalists kind of pride themselves on not being monolithic in a sense. Like
humans aren't monolithic.
Yeah.
The only group I've ever met in my life that I would argue is truly monolithic are Trumpist American conservatives.
No, that's
literally every single one of them believes all of the same
Can I offer
things.
personal
Leo,
insight?
debating bra,
My
social
dad
justice.
is a Trumper who hates the police. My dad is a Trumper who hates the police. And my sister is a Trumper, nearly QAnon, but she believes in masks. She's not getting the vaccine, but she believes in masks. And you know what? Thank hecking God, because
there you go.
I'd rather have at least a little bit of wiggle room than having. There are some people who are like, I've had to cut my family off. My family has not been quite to that extent yet. But so I will say, like, even among the Trumpers, like, there's not 100% a monolithic. Now, I think we can go a little bit further. I would say QAnon conspiracy believers tend to be probably the most monolithic thing. And it's very disturbing. Like
they're actually quite diverse as well, right? There's some who are Area 51 types, some are also flat earthers. There's QAnons who are not flat earthers, right?
How deep down the rabbit hole they go.
I don't think there's any monolithic groups of people.
No, not truly.
Correct, yeah.
But I do have a question for biblical account.
Go ahead.
What is your definition of omnibenevolence?
That God loves his entire self by default. But I was going to ask a question to Leophilius.
Sure, hit me up, buddy.
So what is your counter argument? So what is the definition of a defeater to the definition of our God of the Bible?
I have no idea what you just asked me.
That's not a coherent
statement. What is your counter argument in relation to the definition of our God of the Bible?
I don't know what that means.
You can keep asking it, but it doesn't mean anything.
You don't know what
I think
means.
you're struggling. I think you're struggling. Let me try to help you. I think you're struggling with a definition. I think, do you mean something like this? Do you mean, what is a counter argument to my my proof that God exists or something? Is that what you mean to say? Or, when you use the word definition, I'm a Christian. I also wrestle with understanding what you mean.
Yeah, what is the definition of a defeater in relation to the definition of our God of the Bible? That question is
asking for
Leo
something that can
Phileas.
never be given because it doesn't mean anything, so we can never refute
Well, I
it
mean,
or answer it.
it's interesting that he keeps asking a question I've already told him I don't understand instead of elucidating on what he's trying
You don't
to ask
understand
me.
what?
And what this seems to indicate is that he's not interested in actually having a genuine conversation.
Yeah.
So I don't
You
even
don't
know
understand
why
what
I
Leo
engaged
Phileas.
in
I think the question is malformed, my brother.
Yeah, and I tried to give
Hang
you the
on,
most
he doesn't
charitable
know. What doesn't
interpretation.
he know?
I gave you the most
What doesn't-
charitable interpretation of your question I think is possible, and I gave
I think
you a
it's
defeater.
disingenuous.
What don't you know, Leo Phileas?
What?
You're
A
saying.
definition is not something that can be refuted. It's a definition.
So
You can't
I'll
refute it.
repeat my
It just
question.
is what it is.
So this is to Leo Phileas. So what is the definition of a defeater in relation to the definition of our God of the Bible?
No, no.
I don't know what that question means.
What
Doesn't
part
mean
of the
anything.
question don't you understand?
So wait, when you say definition of God, what do you mean?
You know, you have a concept of God, so it has been made known to you, the definition of our God. So you have to present
Doesn't
a
tell me anything.
definition of a defeater in relation to
That-
the definition of our God of the
You
Bible.
just said, "Oh, well, you know what the definition of God is. Now defeat it." That makes no sense. I don't know what it is. If I knew what it was, I wouldn't have asked you to tell me what
You
it
don't
is.
know what.
What
You don't
what the
know.
definite what you mean when you say definition of God? I don't know what that means.
Like, what
God,
does the
you are
color
lying
purple
because
sound like?
God has made his definition known
What
to
am I
me.
lying about? How do you know I'm
Therefore,
lying?
I'm explaining it. So God has made his definition known to me, which means he has made his definition known to you.
That's a non
So y-
sequitur. That doesn't
That's an
follow.
assertion.
That's like saying
you
that
have
because
been
I've
you have
read this
used
book,
you have used the
thereby
word
you
God
know
multiple
everything in it.
times.
That makes no
By
sense.
that, reasoning
What is the point of this
what's to say
conversation?
that your
I
version
don't
of
know.
God is right, because I can say the version of deity that's revealed itself to me is not like the Christian God at all.
That's
but
not a
what
defeater. That's just a
biblical account?
claim.
I don't
What
know
is
what-
the purpose of
But what,
of the line of
makes
questioning?
yours, but what makes yours true fact and mine a claim?
Via general and special
Because he said so.
revelation that our God of the Bible has made his definition known to us.
How do you know that he
This
did?
comports with the ontology of
Because
God
he said so.
and in
That's like
scripture.
saying the God of the Christian Bible made himself known to me by telling me to turn to a certain chapter and read about Lot fucking his two daughters and turning me away from the Christian Bible for pretty much ever until Amy started doing these Bible threads. Like that's like saying like, it's ridiculous. God didn't tell me to open the Bible to that point. I mean, you can't
He has made
It's
his
on your heart,
definition known
Eduardo.
to you.
It's on your heart. It's on your heart because he said so. So therefore you know. Even if you don't, you still know.
What did
Because he
God
said
want to
so.
show me in that point then? Incest is wincest? Like,
Did you know that the whales have a 15-foot long what?
5-hour seminar.
I'm just saying,
this
like,
is not my
general
problem.
view is,
This
like,
is
I
your
think that
problem.
argument is
No, it is your problem.
it's a
I
non-argument
have another question
because,
for
like,
biblical
what
account.
everybody is individual and what everybody is. Oh, Pat, you're muted, honey.
Let's let
Will
Will.
wanted to
Let's let Will
throw
do
a
this.
question in. Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, Will.
I actually would like to see a theist try to tackle this because I don't know if this is Will's position.
Is omnibenevolence, is that a unique trait of God, or is it an effect of his other triomny attributes?
God is impeccable by default, which entails him loving himself. And this is backed up in scripture in 1 John that God is love. So because God is love, that entails benevolence to his creation, which again comports with John 3:16 in the Bible.
Right, but does the is benevolence an independent attribute, or is it an effect of his other triomny properties?
He is only benevolent after he created. So even before he created the universe, when he created the angels, he would have been benevolent to the angels. But if you extrapolate this back to God's ontology, this would put God to be omnibenevolent to himself.
Sure.
Which entails...
Is that an effect of his other triomny attributes, or is it a unique attribute to itself?
He is omnibenevolent because of his other omni attributes.
Exactly. So that means that it's not, he is omnibenevolent because he's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. Not because it's a unique attribute. Because scripture also says that he's wrathful, vengeful, jealous. Just.
But he is eternal. So all these omni attributes coincides to one consciousness. So
Correct.
God has always loved himself by default. Okay. And this is backed up in scripture.
So you would have to agree that he's also omni-vengeful, omni-wrathful, omni-just, omni-jealous.
No, he is not omni-malevolent. He is not infinitely evil, because that would contradict his omnibenevolence onto theologically.
Did you say that though, Will? Did you say omnimalevolence? I didn't recall hearing you saying that.
I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
It's interesting. It's a nice pivot there.
Look, I have yet to hear a counter argument out of you, Leophilius, in relation to the definition of our God of the Bible.
Any coherent position. I could provide a counter argument too.
Will's doing this.
I mean, listen,
a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
I just wanted to make that statement. He hasn't
of the
presented an
definition
argument.
of
I can give
God.
a counter argument too. So
I don't have to do anything.
All right, guys. Let Will work.
Logically and ontologically, if a being is omnipotent and omniscient, he would therefore be happy and love every choice that he makes, right? Every act that he does, be content in himself because he sees all of time. He sees past, present, future all at once. He knows all possibilities, right? Every word he speaks becomes reality by just the nature of being omnipotent, right? The problem with making an omnibenevolent claim is it denies the other attributes of God, which are jealousy, wrath, jealousness, right? Anger, which are all righteous and perfect. God gets his omnibenevolence from the fact that if he is if he is triomni, if he is that God that he defines himself in Scripture, as you stated, right, as being a triomni God, not a four-omni God, he must therefore anything he does cannot be anything other than good. So yes, by a subset definition of omnibenevolence, that would be correct, but then you would also have to apply the omni trait to his other attributes as well. Would you not, logically?
His jealousy does comport with his benevolence, but his omnibenevolence is not subjected to jealousy because he wouldn't be jealous about himself. But I have yet to hear a counter argument in relation to the definition of our God of the Bible, because you can't refute his definition.
I'm giving you a counter argument to your definition because I do not believe in that there's a doctrine of omnibenevolence taught in Scripture. I believe you are in error there.
1 John, God is love.
Okay.
And just
God is also wrathful. God is jealous. God is all of those things, all at once.
Our God of the Bible created the universe. He has to love himself.
He loves himself as an effect of his omniscience and omnipotence.
God has always been God.
Exactly.
He has the power.
I'm not denying that. You are making a claim that he is omnibenevolent, that particular trait has significance over his other attributes, which is counterintuitive to the text in which you're getting your definition from.
No, he's a singular,
his love
particular
is
by
just
default.
as his love is just as important as his jealousness, his anger, his wrath. All of those attributes are equal. If they are not co-equal inside of himself, equally present at all times, then he is not the God of the Bible that you are making the claim to be.
With love comes hate. So his jealousy comports with his benevolence, because that's why we have the freedom of choice. He created us with the
What
freedom of choice.
What free will do you have?
To love our God of the Bible and to be with him.
Hold on, stop. What free will do you have?
To choose to love our God of the Bible and not to suppress.
Why does the scriptures that you say state the opposite? No one seeks God,
Romans
not even
1:18. People suppress the truth with their wickedness. In other words, people suppress the definition of our God of the Bible
They
with
suppress
false
the truth because
philosophy.
God has preordained it to be so.
No, it's the freedom of choice. You are
It's not
a Christian by default.
A freedom of choice, free will negates a triomni God.
Everyone is a Christian by default.
No.
However,
Open
there are
theists would not agree with
no.
There are two types of Christians.
No one is
I'm merely just a Christian, and then there are Christians / misotheists. A misotheist is someone who knows our God of the Bible exists. However,
that is antithetical to Scripture.
No, it's not.
It is. Scripture teaches doctrine of predestination, elect and non-elect, two
about-
vessels chosen, one for good, one for evil. For Isaac I love, for Esau I hated.
It mentions all throughout Scripture that we are to love our. This is the greatest commandment that Jesus preached. That to love our God with all that we have.
Okay.
So I've yet to hear an
Who is those
argument
commandments
out
for?
of you. I've yet to hear your clarifying
I've given
question.
you arguments. I've given you arguments. I'm giving you arguments right now.
Your clarifying question is not a counter argument
It
to
is
the
a counter
definition of our God of the Bible.
Our
You
God
have to
of the Bible.
present.
Who is our God of the Bible?
You have to present a definition of a defeater to
I
the
have a triomni
definition
God.
of our God of the Bible.
The definition of God is a triomni being.
That is not. You've conceded to our God of the Bible.
I'm a Christian. Of course I would concede to the God of the Bible.
Okay, you are a Christian. Okay. So why are you arguing against me?
Because your proposition is in error.
Can I just point out something really quickly? The entire last 6 to 8 minutes of conversation, maybe close to 10 minutes, apparently went clean over Philip's head.
Your premise,
who I am.
Your premise. Philip is the Matrix guy. Your premise that a God is omnibenevolent is antithetical to the doctrine taught in Scripture.
It is not antithetical. So
it is antithetical.
Can you read
there
out
is no
my
doctrine of omnibenevolence.
Can you read out my display name? My
Biblical
avatar?
account, FTW.
Yes.
Okay.
So what was your...
Right. Show me in Scripture where it says that God is omnibenevolent, that his benevolent attribute overarched is superior to his other attributes that are described in Scripture.
1 John, it says word for word, God is love.
Okay. And how many other times in Scripture does it say God is a wrathful God?
That comports with his benevolence.
How does that comport with his benevolence?
Because love entails love entails hate, and vice versa. So you can't refute the definition of our God of the Bible.
God is not just all love. If he is all love, and he is all hate, and he is all justice, and he is all judgment, and he is all wrath, he is all vengeance. He is all of his attributes at all times. Why? Because he is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. Those are effects of his nature, right? Those are attributes of God. That is not a definition of God. You are not defined by your attributes. You are defined by who you are. God has not defined himself only as
the name of God.
Okay, I'm not denying that God is benevolent. God is benevolent, but he is not omnibenevolent.
Yes, he is.
That he could only do only good.
Yes, he has.
By whose standard?
He has given you life. Do you have
No.
any
I'm asking
idea
you
the
by whose standard has
complexity
God
of
only. So when
your
God says in
consciousness?
Scripture that He creates evil, how do you justify that in your worldview?
Can you repeat your question?
If God Himself says in Scripture that He created evil, how do you justify that in your worldview?
He has made the knowledge of evil known to
No,
us
He
because
says, "I do those things."
in order to love entails the opposite for freedom of
No,
choice to
He
be
said,
valid.
"I create calamity. I create evil. I, the Lord your God, do all of those things."
Yeah, he created people with the freedom of choice.
That's not correct. That's not what He's saying. He's saying, "I did it."
He created people
That's
with
not what
the
He said.
freedom of choice.
That's not what He said. He said,
You don't need to be literal with
did
with the hermeneutics.
Okay, so now that's not literal. God saying, "I did this." That's a metaphor because it goes against your worldview.
Well, then you have to present what version of the Bible. Like
in every translation of the text, that verse is translated, "I create evil." The word that is used there is not a word that means natural disasters.
Evil is a metaphysical term, so he didn't create a metaphysical term. It is an effect in relation
What
to...
is evil? Define evil.
You know what evil is.
Define it.
That's not a definition.
Define it.
It is what goes against the Ten Commandments, which
That's
has
not
been
what
made
it
known
is.
to you.
Evil
Yes,
is to disobey God. That is evil. Any act that disobeys God is evil.
Yeah, so you have yet to present an argument.
Did God create all that exists?
Of course, he created the universe.
Okay, so does evil exist?
So he created humans who act upon on their freedom of choice to commit evil.
Did God create all that exists? Let me ask you again.
God created humans.
Did God create all that exists? Right. It's a simple yes or no question.
Evil is not a physical thing.
Did God? You're being dishonest now. Did God create all that exists? It's a simple yes or no answer.
Yes, he created all
does
physical
evil
things.
exist? Does evil exist?
Evil is not a physical thing.
Does evil exist?
Evil does exist.
Okay, then God created it.
Evil is not a physical thing.
It doesn't matter. God created all that is physical
Love
and
is not a physical
metaphysical
thing either. Hate is not a physical thing. Jealousy is not a physical thing. So you can't assert some non-physical qualities and then not include those that you don't like. But even
in my worldview, all those things are physical.
Right, you just logically contradicted yourself there. If God has created all that exists and evil exists, God therefore by created evil. Otherwise, He did not create all that exists. There is something that can thwart His will. Therefore, He is not He is not omnipotent. So your definition is destroyed. Your definition is destroyed by logic. Period. Right, by the laws of logic and reason.
Evil is a result from humans, not directly expressed from God. You're missing the point here.
I'm not missing the point.
Didn't God create humans?
Did I say God did evil? Did I ask you, does God do evil? Did I ask you that?
No, God.
I asked you if God created evil.
No, He created humans who act on their freedom of will.
Does evil exist?
Humans?
Yes, the humans exist.
So who's the first agent of evil?
Well, that would be the angels, the Lucifer.
Yeah, and what's the first manifest? You talked about scripture. What's the first manifestation of Lucifer in your worldview and your religious?
And so answer that question, but then Clockwork Rex is going to join us, and he's the last person joining us tonight. So, but biblical?
This is why I dislike the presup argumentation method, because I literally destroyed it in 5 minutes.
How long left?
But no,
you might want to go talk to some of your Calvinist presuppositional friends, and maybe they can give you some pointers on how to make this argument better.
The first agent of evil is the snake, who pre-exists the downfall of man. God places the snake in the garden. God allows an agent of evil to exist. Therefore, as an agent of evil, God predates. God made evil and at least the agents thereof. So, if evil predates the fall of man, thus, man did not bring evil. They are not the creator of evil. They are just they violated a tenet of the faith, which was evil. Evil predated mankind. And that's your own worldview. And if you can't follow your own scripture, I suggest you go back to the drawing board with your precept, because someone like Will is a honest theist. He understands.
You're dismissing God's ontology here.
I'm not dismissing God's ontology. You are discrediting God's ontology.
These pivots are so hard.
You are.
Dude, do you want
You are
like
denying
special
the sovereignty of a triomni God.
What is your argument here?
Free choice. Your presupposition of omnibenevolence and free will. That's my argument, right? Those two things are antithetical to Scripture. They deny the sovereignty of a triomni God, and they totally destroy any argument that you have in the omnibenevolence paradox.
Antithetical to omnibenevolence is omnimalevolence. Nowhere does it state in the Bible that God is infinitely
Nowhere
evil.
does it say in the Bible that God is infinitely good either.
He is.
Scripture and verse.
But I mentioned
Scripture
First John.
That does not say that God is infinitely evil. It says God is love. And I can show you 5 other verses that say God is this, God is that, God is this. So why does that one hold precedence over the others when God shows no partiality is not in his nature?
God is omnipresent, or in other words, unlimited in size by default. Therefore, he loves his entire self, making him omnibenevolent because he loves his entire self.
That's fine. If you're saying that it is a subset, if it is an effect of the cause of his triomni attributes, that is different than it being taking precedence or having a higher position than his wrath, judgment, anger.
No, you're making an error here. You're assuming.
I asked you if those other attributes were omni as well, and you said no.
You're assuming here that God had a beginning, that he came into existence.
It's not what I'm assuming.
Impossible.
That's because not what I'm assuming. That's a straw man. That is a straw man.
No, because you're saying he had to choose to love himself. He didn't choose to love himself. He has always loved himself.
That's not. I never said that.
That's
what you're alluding to.
I'm sorry, but is biblical account making the claim that this attribute has either primacy or supremacy?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
my clarifying question. So, are you saying that God doesn't think? He is omniscient.
Exactly.
He chooses to do things.
I know that.
Yeah, so he has always loved himself. He has always been omnipotent. He's always been omniscient, etc.
He's always content in himself, right? Which is what you mean by loving himself. He's always content in himself because he is triomni. That is an effect. That is an attribute, not an aspect of God's nature. That is an attribute of God. That is an effect. It is not the cause. The cause of God's benevolence, his love for himself, right? His eternal love for himself, is his triomni attributes.
Then what is the cause for the effect in relation to this?
Omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence.
He didn't choose to love himself. He has always loved himself. He is eternal.
And so with that, I'm actually going to interrupt. Sending love to Mark. He says he was having connection problems, and absolutely, Mark is always welcome, but we are wrapping up. So Mark, if you want to come, get your butt on. If not, we're just going to send love to you and all of our listeners out there. We are going to add Clockwork Rex in, but we are
came
starting...
in to save biblical accountant there, so saved by the bell.
Well, it's the funny thing is just because you see more theists on the panel doesn't mean you're going to get more people who agree with you. That is what I have learned in these streams. But that is the fun, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sure. Well, I mean, yeah, we have diverse, especially in the non-believer community, though I'm so biased. Big tent people, big non-tent non-believer, the water's fine. All right, nonetheless,
Until
Clockwork
someone
Rex.
takes a dump in the pool. And
The water's fine because we
Big
don't
Ted,
clean
I think
it.
you mean
It's
fringe
chlorinated.
opinion.
Then I think you need
15
chlorine
foot
to
deep,
clean up. Too.
always.
Yeah.
Always
But
15 foot deep.
we are asking ourselves why Islam is the truth, and then a lot of us are asking, is that a true statement? Nonetheless, we're having fun. Clockwork Rex, what are your thoughts?
Definition of
I was
truth.
hoping to get Muslims on tonight.
a moment of silence for Claire, who did not tune into.
Yeah.
Well, we enjoy anybody. I
You're
know
looking for
Claire
Muslims?
normally.
I feel like I
Just
need to defend
hot
Islam because there are Muslims
jump
here.
on.
I need to be a proxy Muslim. I can defend that thing.
You have been doing a good job defending theism and the Abrahamic gods. How about that? We love all of our theists that join us, and our Christians, and our Muslims, and our Jews, and everybody.
Unicorns.
Is it just me or does Buddy over here sound like a male version of Claire?
Oh my God.
I mean,
Let's
well, no, like listen to his voice. It sounds like a male version of Claire. It's the accent. It's
say this
definitely
about
the accent.
anybody who has a British/UK
No, you
It's
should know
not
me
just
well
the
enough by
British
now to
thing.
know that I wouldn't make that statement. Come on
Yeah,
now.
it's the same type of schools as well. That's why. That's what Leo's got a correct pattern detection engine working there.
I just want to say correlation is
Claire's
not
not talking enough
causation.
about the Nazi flag and unwed mothers.
But I will say biblical. It was fun having you on. I think is it either
Godwin's
Satan
law
got
invoked.
him or the internet or
No, it was the Calvinist that got him.
Calvinist.
Damn Calvinist again.
Yeah, he was not a part of the election. So
Omnibenevolent.
gone.
Yeah.
And all right, so Clockwork Rex.
Can I make an attempt
If
at
not-
defending? Oh, sorry. Whoops.
Sure. So, Clockwork Rex, if you can hear us, whenever you can join in with your opening statement, but it's probably going to be an opening closing statement because we are about to close up shop. But it's been fun. We're moving into hour 4:30. Woohoo!
Come on,
it was
Amy.
a
You don't
long
want
one.
another 8 to 10 hour stream?
I never thought.
This
Oh,
has
you're
been
back.
One of the better
Yeah, I'm
streams
here.
lately.
I was
Good
just
shame.
muted. I didn't realize it.
Oh no, you're good. How are you? I caught pulling an Amy here, so you're doing good. So Clockwork Rex, how are you? And what are your thoughts? We're talking why Islam is the truth, but really we've been talking just a whole bunch of theology. What's your idea? Thoughts?
Well, didn't when Muhammad ascended into heaven on a Pegasus, the moon was supposedly split in half? It looks like it's in one piece to me still.
A Brooka, but close, yeah.
Oh yeah, the interesting apologetic is they will show you like a supposed scar in the moon, and they're like, "See, there."
Twice a month, the
Tycho
moon is
crater?
cut in half.
Yeah, that was a great big fucking asteroid. Yeah, that hit the moon. Yeah, saved us.
It's like
probably.
an X in the moon dust. Yeah.
My question
yeah.
is, if the moon split, what put it back together?
Oh, Allah.
Magic.
E6000 is the answer to everything.
And,
Love.
42 is the answer to everything. 42.
And
Listen,
Hovind
I'm a
put it back together.
cosplayer, so E6000 is the answer to is one of the best adhesives ever. So you know.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay. But yeah, the whole omnibenevolence thing, I posted in the side chat about it, and y'all ran with it. I'm glad you did, because that's straight out of Isaiah 45:7. Read it for yourself. He creates the light and the darkness. He creates peace and he creates evil, and he did all those things. If you believe God is a he.
And he didn't make me with a
If
penis
there's
because he knew
Are
I'd
you a
be
Molinist or a
powerful to
Calvinist?
serve him.
Are you a Molinist or a Calvinist?
Neither. I don't believe
Neither.
in the Abrahamic gods.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe in any gods really. And you know the easiest way they
so
could
you're
prove themselves,
atheist.
they could prove themselves to me by showing up. If God can do anything, just show the fuck up. Hey,
Yeah,
I
he
believe
could.
now.
He doesn't want to, though.
Are you an atheist or are you more of an agnostic?
Yeah, he just said he was an atheist.
Both. I have seen no evidence that would convince me that any God exists.
There you go.
I have a question, though, for the skeptics. Is it very frustrating, despite all the canons of logic, reason, evidence, experiment, you don't seem to make much headway against nice people who believe in God?
Oh,
how does that feel?
I never said I was nice.
I don't think I understand.
Is it frustrating? Is it?
I feel like we're making great headway.
Like he's basically asking you if you're frustrated that the theists aren't seeing your logic, like the logic of all the skeptics and atheists.
Well, I mean, everybody loves a good fairy tale. Everybody loves a good fairy tale. Yeah, you're kind of breaking up there.
Can I ask you a question, Ralph? Does it bother you?
Yes, ma'am.
Basically, everywhere church attendance is going down?
In the West. But that's, we expect that fall to happen, and then conservatives will replenish and renew in the dushes and ashes of liberal atheism. If Islam doesn't get to you first.
Not if I have anything to say about it. I've invested way too much in my crystals and my magic stuff.
To be fair,
no, it's not easy. I like data. I'm a computer scientist. The majority population believes in God. The minority population are not having a birth replacement rate of 2.2. You're going to be a temporal blip in history, and then you're going to be outraged.
My goal
to be fair, though,
You don't even
to be fair,
We're gonna outbreed
You don't
you.
even believe
I don't
that.
care if I answer my
Your
vagina.
grandchildren will return home.
to be fair, though,
You
to be
don't
fair,
even believe that, Ralph.
the United States has gone through and does go through what they call revivals, ebbs and flows of attendance, and denominations grow and drop in popularity. The traditional denominations are definitely waning in popularity, but Calvinism, Neo-Calvinism, and progressive Christianity is growing by leaps and bounds compared to the other.
Well, belief in religion to me is kind of like you're riding a roller coaster, and you get to the top of the hill, and then you start going down. It's all exciting and stuff, and then you hit that bottom, and the gravity gets a hold to you again, and it'll drop off a bit. Then you go back up the next hill. You know, it's like a roller coaster.
It kind of goes through extremes, right? Yeah. Evangelicalism was a breakaway from traditional, Protestantism, and then you have Neo-Calvinism, which is an antithetical to the progressive movement of Christianity, right? The what do they call that? Open theists. So
Are you a
it's
progressive Christian or yourself? Or?
me, yeah. Sure.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I grew up in the 80s, and I remember the Praise the Lord Club with Jim Baker and Tammy Faye Baker, and how people would just flock to it. It was like going to an amusement park.
Yeah, in the 70s, Billy Graham was big, and all that evangelical movement. But the only reason why I went against BTW wasn't because I normally, like for instance, the gentleman from England there. I hope you're not an Arsenal supporter. I normally wouldn't have done that, but as Amy knows, the only time I do it is when someone's kind of being an a-hole and or giving Christianity a bad name.
Well, yeah, it seemed like he had his script and he was going to stick to it no matter what. No matter what anybody else said, he had his script.
Like, I don't understand how a definition can be an argument. Like, I asked for a definition, like, all right, let's start the game. And if you're like, no, that now refute me. It's like, no, now we start the game. Now we...
Like, the F word ending with a T in reference to gay people does not mean gay people because the first, word, like the first definition in the dictionary, it's a bundle of sticks.
Well, that's just a genetic fallacy.
Well, yeah. And it means like something completely different in the UK. It's a smoke. That word is a smoke.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
I thought in the United Kingdom, faggot referred to a ball of meat, generally ham. Because my friend Simus Funk literally held up a box, and on the box it said 6 pork faggots. Like it,
even in
right
the UK,
there.
saying the F word.
Well, I mean, I also know like
it's not cool.
It's like the N word here in the United States. There was a time before I was the social justice rogue where I said, "Well, I guess I'm an N word because it means an ignorant person." Like,
well, yeah,
and obviously that's not. but that was that same, like, that's the first definition. So it's like, okay, well, it means this too. But you also, like, words are one of those things where it's very determined by the social context of the time and people. Words are not static.
Definitions are arbitrary.
It's also worth mentioning that the N-word never originally meant an ignorant person. If I remember correctly, it came from the French word for black, which is also which is nègre or something like that. And then something like that. And then you've got, I believe it's Niger in Latin, something like that. And then obviously negro in Spanish. That's where the word came from, and it got the sound that it did, the dialectic that it did, because of the British.
Wait, someone says the devil is making us say all this, and it's like, no, because I haven't started my hypnosis like thread yet. So no, I mean, they're all saying this of their own accord. So thank you, though, X Music. I appreciate it.
Right, but I mean, like the negro was just the word for black people at that time. That was what they were called in English. It wasn't to be. It wasn't a diminutive term. It was just like calling them black. I mean, that was.
And see, this is why slurs. It's sad, but slurs are one of the things that are really, like, they're one of the best ways to illustrate this point, because there are a lot of people who will say, well, no, it doesn't mean that. But it's like, yes, it does. Like, 9 times out of 10, honestly, even more than that. Let's go higher. At least 9.8 times out of 10, when you say a slur, if someone knows the actual definition or of the slur in the context of that, they're going to immediately jump to the slur. Why? Because humans are shitty people to one another.
I take it you guys against free speech then, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I take it you're opposed to free speech or the First Amendment?
No, I'm not opposed to free speech. However, I do think something should be counted as hate speech. I disagree with the United States Supreme Court in, I believe it was, recent rulings. Because the unfortunate, it's a two-way street, and unfortunately, this is the thing. I'm a very free speech kind of person. Listen, Amy can tell you, I've said something, Amy and I have had conversations with each other where it's like some of my fellow leftists would probably be like, push me off the boat. But I also have the context to know, I try to be an empathetic person, and maybe it's just me kind of having a love of sociology even before I really recognized it was sociology, understanding, or trying to at least understand, different, people of different backgrounds, cultures, and stuff like that. I mean, I don't believe that.
You don't believe in free speech, basically.
I do believe in free speech.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused. How is being against slurs, discriminatory slurs, somehow equivalent to being against free speech? I fail to see how that
That's like saying because I'm a leftist, I'm against the military, and I'm not. I'm
against people.
I support our service members.
I'm a libertarian who believes in free speech, and I'm against slurs. I'm against laws that put people in jail for using slurs.
So again, you're against.
I'm of the mind that I don't think jail time, but I think fining, because it's the same kind of thing.
Definition terms, you can't be taught to meet it.
Not that I think it's all free speech either, but we fine people for peeing in public, but we won't.
I know that, I'm just making the case.
Oh,
I'm just making the case.
It's a slippery slope.
Unfortunately,
I think it's important to note that there was a comment a few minutes ago regarding the nature of words, that when words first came to existence, they were not in fact discriminatory. The term Negro was specifically used to define a race of people. The default term was people, and then there were Negro people. Negro being an adjective to define the identity of a people that weren't white, that were considered in society substandard to the race of the people that they were dealing with. So words, particularly pejorative words, don't necessarily have to say, I'm a pejorative. If they're in common use and they're used to marginalize a group or distinguish them from outside a larger collective because rights are assigned to them in a lesser way than the majority group.
And our chair makes
Nevertheless, nothing anything you're saying is for free speech. Free speech from the dictionary, the right to express any opinion without censorship or restraint.
Yeah,
Free speech, the right to express any
one at a time,
opinion.
guys. One at a time.
All of
Well,
I'm just
no, and
explaining.
it's
You guys
just-
are not
it's
providing an
just
argument.
thinking
You're
about
all actually trying to wiggle out by
how we
claiming
got
you
here.
defend free speech. You don't defend free speech. Free speech is without censorship or constraint.
And
Not
so this would
legally,
be
no,
a
not
great
in the United
topic for
States.
debate, meanwhile.
So none of you
That-
are
Let me tell you what, Leo, let's go. I'm ready for this.
I don't support unfettered free speech.
There you go. That's honest.
I don't
don't.
believe you should be able to incite a riot. Do you believe
Exactly.
it's okay to incite
I
a
have no
riot?
problem with that. That's an honest position. I don't support free speech. I support moral speech.
But
I
what
don't
is
know what that
moral?
means.
Moral, like people would say, I'm not moral because I've had an abortion. However, I don't think that having an abortion means that someone is
Well,
absolutely
whatever you want to label it, it's not free speech. I put it in any set of descriptors that don't include the descriptor hashtag free speech. Right?
I'm against all forms of legislative morality.
That's a interesting and different position. Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
not sure what
I
that
don't
is.
think you should be jailed for calling somebody the
That's
N-word.
Leo's
At the same
trademark.
time, I think it's absolutely disgusting, and I think we should be better at sanctioning people with non-jail time things. And honestly, if
So
someone is
not
going
for free speech then, right?
But
So
you're
it's
not-
not for free speech.
But
Right.
you're
free does not necessarily mean hate speech. Free does not mean
Well,
toxicity.
as soon as you put a criteria, okay, so let's put another criteria on it that precludes it from the definition free speech. It's not free speech.
What do you mean when you say
But
the
is it really
definition
free
of
if
free
it's
speech?
impending on somebody else's freedom?
I'm using the dictionary definition, the textbook definition, the right to express any opinion without censorship or restraint.
Yeah, that would
But we've
just
seen
be
that
more a
definition
fallacy of equivocation because
that
we would be
everybody
wanting
has
to use a legal definition here. We wouldn't want to use
I'm
one
just
pulled out
using
of
the
the
dictionary.
dictionary.
Just the
Yeah,
dictionary.
and that's what makes it equivocation is because in the context that we're speaking, this would be more a legal issue. You'd want to use the legal usage of that term. And I can't speak for a lot of countries, but I do know in most of them, and certainly in the United States, free speech would not be defined as being completely and entirely unfettered.
That would
In
be
the United
absolutely,
States, you can't go into like a movie
But in the
theater or a
sentiment, but in the
restaurant or a
spirit of the
public place
sentiment.
and yell fire, and there are
Yeah,
various
you
reasons
can actually,
why
I've
you
done
get
it.
not in the United States. You will get arrested for that, buddy. You don't believe me? Fly your happy ass over here and try it. I dare you.
I know, he
You're
lives
gonna
in a
get
I've
country
lived
with
in
far
the
less
US a long
free
time.
speech
I've
than
tried
we
all
do.
sorts of things, but nevertheless, just in the spirit of the word and the sentiment, the right to say the most atrocious thing is the right to free speech.
Well,
As soon as you
the
restrict
United
or
States has
censor
much
that,
more
you're
liberal views
restricting
on
the free
free speech
And
than
it's
most
not
European countries.
Yeah,
But
the United
it's
States
not
has some
much
of the
better.
least restrictions on speech out of the developed world.
That may
But
be
in
the case,
terms
and may
of-
not be the case, but nevertheless,
In
the
terms of
principle.
political speech, we should have freedom of political speech, but you wouldn't need a freedom to say things that are popular. You need that freedom of speech to be able to make those unpopular claims, which is the
Correct.
whole point of it.
To say the most
If
atrocious
you just
thing
going around saying
imaginable
things
is
that
not
everybody
freedom.
agrees with, nobody would care. But
Yeah, suppose
the
you made
right
the
to
most
say things
atrocious.
that do offend
Yelling-
people.
yelling
Suppose you made the most
fire.
atrocious statement, and everyone in the world disagreed.
That's not
with you.
political speech. That's
It's not political
that's
speech, but I made the most atrocious statement in the world, and everyone disagreed with me and hated me for it. That would be free speech at its finest.
Well, John Jarrett makes the point in the chat that free speech merely means you can't be sanctioned by the government for your words. It does not mean freedom from consequences,
Yeah,
which
I was
is
about
the
to
definition
say.
I agree
That's
with.
illegal. That's a legal domain.
I don't necessarily agree with jailing people. That being said, now mind you, the only exception would be obviously if you're inciting a riot, if you're doing going into criminal lines, that's something different. But I believe we should, as a society, definitely be doing more to say
To censor free speech.
that's not an okay thing to say. But
well, who determines that? What's okay to say and what's not okay?
incitement of a
Who
riot
gets to determine that?
isn't illegal because of the speech. It's because that person is an accomplice in the crime of harming someone else, right?
Well, you're arguing with the
caused by
I
the
just
riot.
make that point
It's the
that
exact same
because,
way with
there will some people
yelling
that will
fire
go
in a crowded theater.
say, well, Donald Trump shouldn't be held liable then for January 6th, and that's the only reason.
But these are arguments. These
And
are
we
nevertheless
are
arguments.
about to go into outros.
But I mean, you don't hold other politicians who say things like that to the same standard, though, that you do to Donald Trump. Because you think they're justified in their statements. No, I'm Amaretto.
Yeah. I mean, there's been Democrats who have directly incited riots and haven't been.
Yeah,
Do you have any examples
they do
of
it
that?
all the time.
Yeah.
And they are.
I just hate. I
Go
just
punch
like.
a Nazi.
I'm getting to the point of where I'm
Go
starting
punch.
to
Yeah,
not love
that's not inciting violence. Punching
Yes, it
Nazis.
is inciting violence.
No, it's not. Punching Nazis isn't violent.
Yeah, I mean it's not violent.
Because you agree with it, you think
Maybe
it's justified,
it's
so
still
therefore.
violent.
No, that has nothing to do with agreeing with it, and everything to do with it's not violent to punch Nazis. Now,
It
like
is
if you walked
violence.
up to somebody on the street
By definition, it's
randomly
violence.
and punch them, that's violent. But if they're a Nazi, that's not violent.
That's idiotic.
It's still. I mean, listen, it is still technically violent. However, is it socially acceptable? I'm going to go with yes.
Okay, so
I
you're
I
you're
was hoping
for
people would catch the
going
hyperbole in what
against
I was
people.
saying.
Yeah,
but
I
don't
got
think
it.
they did.
I got it.
I
It's
get
just
it,
annoying.
but
I got it. It's just annoying. Whether you agree with the position or not, whether it's something socially acceptable or not, shouldn't be the standard by which the legislation is
correct.
Is ruled.
Wait, but isn't that literally the point of a democracy, that legislators pass broadly?
We don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic.
A republic is a type of democracy. That's not an argument anybody should ever make. It's like saying
different
it's
than a
like saying
republic.
it's like
It's
saying
not a pure
oh yeah, well why
democracy.
don't you use the formula A equals
Yeah, I mean,
hold on, I'm right in the middle of making a point. That's like saying, yeah, just use A equals pi r squared. Oh well, that's not math. That's geometry, which is a type of math. Like
No, that's not. That's a false analogy. It would be more like saying
a republic
no,
is
it's
a
not.
type of democracy.
Saying you live in a
republic is fully
democracy.
under the frame of a democracy.
Saying you live in a democracy.
So in saying that you live in a democracy, if you live in a republic, is the same thing as saying that
No,
you're doing
saying you live in a
mathematics
democracy.
when you do geometry.
All right,
They're the same thing.
guys.
One is contained
Tom,
within the
Tom,
other.
Tom,
So yes, unfortunately, a republic is a type of democracy,
Okay,
such
take
that
it
if
down,
you live in a
take it down.
republic, you live in a democracy. For the same reason that if you're doing geometry,
gets
you're also doing mathematics.
Is it moral to
That's
punch?
how
Is it moral to punch
Our
mathematicians?
government sucks. Like our government sucks. We need change. All of these conservative states are basically getting more House of Representatives, and more Democratic-leaning states are losing House of Representatives. But the vote in Wyoming, a vote from someone in Wyoming weighs more than somebody in California, and everything's corrupt.
I mean, you guys have only you guys have only won like 6 out of the last 7 presidential elections in the popular vote, so I think you're doing okay.
We've won the popular vote, but not the electoral college vote, and to me, that signifies we have a problem. Like, I think that it definitely signifies we have a problem because, let's face it, land does not vote, people do. And
Nick Fuentes, 2036, man.
Trump or
Nick
dead,
Fuentes.
I agree on, is we need to figure out something because the government and the United States is just not working for people. And this is a whole different topic than the hecking topic of is Islam right? But
to be fair, Amaretto, it was never designed to work for people.
it was designed to work for white men.
It was wealthy aristocracy.
Wealthy landowning white men.
Yeah, that was how it was set up.
Okay. Let's wind this down. Amy's
White
getting
man
fucking
Outro.
frustrated and tired.
We are going into
Let's get out of here
outros.
before we end up on critical race theory.
Oh my God, no! Let's.
It's not.
Stop,
I'm
Leo,
not
stop.
opposed.
Critical race
to
theory is worse than astrology, right?
No, it's not. And I'm into both.
Hey, Leo,
Hey, look. What did
I'm not
look,
opposed.
Bring out the
Yeah.
mimes. Bring out the mimes.
This topics. It's
James is
just that
tapping
it's
out. He says
politics
no. James
and
can't handle it.
and yeah, I will say I
it's
do
just
want
a
to
very
shut
thing
up.
to bring up at the end. You know, we don't have time to
Well,
parse
yeah,
it out.
I think that
it's a
takes
big-
its own gosh
Happy
darn
to
it.
destroy it using Hegel if you like.
Okay, look.
And I will say I am trying. That will be probably another, along with Pat and Jason's 2v2. We do need to figure out. I think I'm going to have Amaretto and Leo versus Ralph. If you would like to be, it's going to be left-right versus right debate. So we could do
Yes, please.
politics.
Yes, please, Amy.
Yeah.
Wait, a
I'm
debate on what?
busy.
Why
I've been busy.
am I
Well,
randomly being thrown
that
into a
is-
debate that I
Socialism?
don't know the topic of?
A politics debate between some
Socialism,
left versus
maybe?
right, but we're still figuring out what the
Can
topic
we have some sort of topic like social justice is a force for evil?
Yeah, I wouldn't debate something like that.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to demonstrate that using all sorts of.
Well, you are wearing a witch hat.
Bring your
Bring your A game, girl.
No, thank you.
You
Do
could
not
just
pass
very
go, do
simple.
not collect $200.
You could just very simply make that is social justice good or evil, evil or good, whichever one you
I'm
want
an
to frame it.
social justice warrior.
It's neutral. It is neither. Anything.
But we can talk about that because we're gonna head to the Discord
out.
after
Do
this
it.
for a little bit. But we're bringing out this. We're bringing out the minds, ladies and gentlemen.
Social justice is a source of entropy. And let's go.
Listen, I'm a rogue, baby.
Entropy affects everything.
Woohoo! And all right, we're gonna hand it over. Oh, where'd my hello? Thank you, StreamYard.
Rex.
We're gonna hand it over to Clockwork Rex. Clockwork Rex, we have been asking, is Islam true? Maybe that's the claim tonight. I hope you had fun along with all of our theological, political back and forth. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
You can drop the link to your Discord in the private chat if you want to, and I'll join.
Absolutely.
Oh, baby.
The special Discord.
Well, I have my own channel. I have my own channel where we just basically just sit around and bullshit. I try to keep away from religion and politics for obvious reasons, and we just sit around and talk, and whatever comes up comes up, and you can go over there and check it out. It's Clockwork Rex on YouTube.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Clockwork. And all right, go check out his channel and go check out the Discord. Woohoo! And we're gonna move right along. Will, we have been asking ourselves, is Islam true? Along with a whole bunch of other back and forth. Hope you had a fun time. And where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, is Islam true? I would agree with Ralph in the fact that they have it correct on the metaphysical level, but on the theological and salvation saving faith level, they're missing the mark. But yeah, but about a God existing, I think they got it right. But yeah. Me, if you like English football and you don't hate Tottenham Hotspur, check my channel out, Will Stewart THFC Rants.
Woohoo!
Thank you, Will.
Thank you so very much.
Thanks for coming
Will.
on, bringing some sanity to the conversation.
Point of order: English football is soccer.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
And
Don't
biscuits
start that.
are cookies. It's not biscuits.
Oh, see, there's a real debate right there. We got two real
fries or chips.
Soccer is just a slang word for football, association football.
Dun, dun, dun. Once again, sounds like topics for Debate Me Brah. But, Leo Felius,
on my channel.
I think I stopped by your channel. I should have said hi in chat, but I saw people going back and forth.
You were lurking in Will's
Leo,
channel?
just for a second, but I should actually lurker.
You looky
professional lurker.
I do. Well, I say I do. I'm in preachers. I'm in praises. I was in Smokies.
Smokey even.
Just because I can't help myself, I find that as funny as anything we're doing here. I think they're being serious when they do it. Nonetheless,
I'm sure their channel is a lot more fun for you than mine is.
Well, you see, the funny thing is it feels so much like I know where the teams are drawn, but when I go into like two different sports teams that I am equally like, I'm just like, yep, go local team, go guys. People shooting the balls, doing the thing. Leo, we have been asking if Islam is true, along with a whole bunch of other questions. Where can people find ya? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know anything about Islam as a faith, other than the fact that the probability of it being wrong, given everything we know, is significantly greater than the probability of it being correct, given everything we know. Like I said, Islam is one of the most boring things I've ever tried to study next to continental philosophy. People can find me on my YouTube channel. I just search it on YouTube. You should find it. There's a link probably floating around somewhere that somebody has. I am going to be doing, hopefully, I'm thinking a live review of the debate between Scott Clifton, Theoretical Bullshit, and William Lane Craig that happened. I believe that was about a week or so ago on Capturing Christianity on Cameron Bertuzzi's channel. It was a really good discussion, but it is just a debate that I'd really like to go over just to do it. So keep an eye out for that.
Woohoo! Thank you so
Leo.
very much, Leo. That's right. In fact, you could check out our first Debate Me Bra when
That was
Leo.
epic.
By the way,
defended
Amy,
him.
is there any way that you could send me the MP4 for that? On
Sure.
Discord or Twitter or something? I tried 4 different times to download it today, and maybe it's because I've been grinding on RuneScape all day, and that kind of runs my computer a little hot. But it would run for like an hour and a half, and then it would say system failure or something.
If you close down all the porn downloads, that'll help.
I don't download porn. And even if I don't watch porn, but even if I did, I wouldn't download it. I would just watch it through my browser.
You
But I
hear
don't watch
that,
porn.
FBI? No.
I don't need porn. I do not need porn.
And okay, we just got to figure out how, because but I can definitely, I know how to definitely download it, but just get it to you. But we can figure that out, and I'm sure there's an upload service. And all right, with that, we are gonna move along. Ralph, do.
Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you so much for having me on, Amy. It's wonderful talking to the skeptics, and I think you'd all agree with me that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, and with that spirit of love, we bring that to the spiritually homeless, the spiritual refugees, and those needing a home as they scratch for meaning. Looking forward to Debate Me Bra. So.
I think it's going to be our first political debate, but it'll be fun. And all right, moving right along. Thank you, guys. Pat, we have been asking ourselves, what does is mean? We've been asking ourselves, is Islam is true, along with a whole bunch of other back and forth. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What's your final thoughts?
Well, I just want to say thanks to you and James for having me on, as I always do. Thank to all the other panel guests for coming on, and for those that were honest interlocutors, I appreciate it. I want to say thank you to Will, because I think sometimes context matters, and if someone from your own camp finds your definition internally inconsistent, perhaps that's actually the best place to look at it. So thank you for that, Will. You can find me on Discovering Ancient History at wordpress.com. I convert some of my more academic articles into articles for general readership. So if you're interested in what I do as a writer, some of them have been published in journals and other popular venues, magazines and papers. You can find some of that there. Or you can follow me on Twitter at Pat Lowinger at Twitter. Or you can find me here on Amy's channel. We're working to do more production and have some shows here. I'm happy to know that as of yesterday, I will have my book release in February, Betrayed: The Orthodox Subjugation of Women in the Early Christian Church, which will be available through Simon & Schuster. More on that to come as soon as we have actual copies back from print. In closing, I want to end with a joke. A Muslim, a Jew, and a Christian walk into a bar. They talk about the beginning of the universe, and they all agree. And they all agree upon God, the God of the Old Testament, existing. They get to the nature of evil, and they all kind of realize they're not on the same page, but they continue on in their discussion. They go through Father Abraham, and at one point the Christian brings up, hey, well, what about the New Testament? The Muslim kind of shakes his shoulders and nods like maybe. The Jew shakes his head and scratches and no. And then the Muslim goes, well, hey, what about Muhammad being a prophet?
The Christian says, not a prophet, but Jesus, the Son of God. The Jew denies both of them. They end up stabbing each other because the only thing they agreed upon was that heretics need to be purged and killed if necessary, because it was written in their good book. So with that, I'll let you go, because that's the nature of Abrahamic faith.
Woo-hoo.
Well,
thank you so
Pat.
very
Good to have you
much,
on, man.
Pat. And yeah. Oh, that is the nature of the Abrahamic faith, but that's okay. We love our theist brothers and sisters. And as we are moving down, speaking of not Abrahamic, but a theist,
But still a witch.
Still a witch. Amaretto, we have been having fun. We were asking, is Islam true? Along with a bunch of other questions. Hope you had a good time. What are your final thoughts?
And where's the wand?
Right here.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So, sorry. That just for anybody that knows, this episode, this segment is sponsored by Southern Tier Pumpkin. Not really, but 2021 edition gets a thumbs up. Yeah. So. I believe it as much, I guess, as the Christian God, which is just like, I don't think it's 100% right. Cool story, brah. Like, my son was able to call it out for what it was. My 7-year-old was able to call it out for what it was, everybody. It's, I think, I don't agree with the whole penis waving contest, sword dueling contest. I don't think anybody has it 100% right.
Awfully flimsy swords.
I don't think the universe is perfect. We know very well the universe is not perfect. If the universe was perfect, people wouldn't die of things like, illnesses and pestilence and disease. And, I just think it's kind of sad. Let's support science. Yay, science. Yay, Thea supporting science. We should want to support science. Also, support the best soccer team in the MLS, because Will had his scarves and I was starting to get jealous. So we're going to go Philadelphia Union, because no one likes us.
Arsenal.
No, never. Well, maybe not never. You can never say never. But
Easy there, Bieber.
Union. We're going against Montreal on Saturday. Let's go, Union. Because we're from Philly. Effing Philly. No one likes us. We don't care. And,
Wait,
not say you're a Dolphin fan.
You're from Philly.
I'm Philly regional, yes.
You're from Philly, you half a meatball.
I'm Philly regional. People from Philly would say I'm not from Philly. I say I'm from Philly because I'm like, I'll get in Philly proper one day. Gosh darn it. But that being said, rest in peace to my wonderful mother, who did not bring me up with a super theistic upbringing, even though she was a Christian. Because I don't think I would be the loving skeptic I am today. Without that kind of experience. It could have gone way worse for me. So cheers to that. Be good to one another. Love your family. And for goodness sake, don't fall into the trap of any one religion saying it is the only way, because it is not the only way. We do not know that for sure. I don't care what anybody says. And you can say a theist told you that, because I believe in something, but I don't think any one person has it right. So be good to one another. I love you much. Good to hear from everybody. And CRT and social justice, do it right. I don't care. If it's anything that helps people gain more empathy, boom. I'd say good thing. Love you guys.
Thanks.
Woohoo! Love you too. And all right.
Watch out for that tree out there. Flying around.
Thank you so very much, Amaretto.
Listen, if you see a broomstick, it might be mine.
And what kind of payments are you make on that broomstick? Is the insurance?
Man, let me tell you
killing
what.
you?
We're talking 500 souls a month, James. I have the
damn.
Mercedes of broomsticks. Harry Potter has nothing on me.
Is this tree on your property, Amaretto?
Well,
sort of.
Kinda. We'll go with that.
She doesn't believe in
So,
property.
Just asking to let everybody know, if you go
Belongs
there,
to the natives.
don't eat the fruit off the tree.
I mean, I have the only fruiting tree I have on my property would be my blueberry bushes, but trust me, they're extra juicy and extra sinful.
So you didn't do any like interesting magic around those. Those are still good.
Those are still good.
Okay,
Nah,
awesome.
those are my sons, and that's I can't. I'll let him delve into the sin eventually, but he's only 7. We have plenty of time. I'll reap his soul at some point for Satan.
As you would.
Happens to us all. And okay, James, we are asking ourselves why Islam's true. I don't think anyone got convinced tonight, but
I don't think so either.
These are yours.
Looks like Claire is a bit late.
She is a bit late. Darn, I really was hoping she would have made it on. But anyway, I'm sure she'll be on another time. Thank you, Claire. If you're out there, leave some comments about
Leave a
it,
message
and,
at the beep.
We'll get back to them eventually, yeah. She might have had a phone call like she had last time. But anyway, it was a really good discussion tonight. We got a little contentious there, but it was a good time. It was a good discussion. So thanks, everybody, for being a part of it. Yeah, I would be open to seeing physical evidence of God. Unfortunately, all we've ever seen in the natural world are things that happen through natural processes. That's all we've ever seen, so we are a little bit biased towards that. But if you could show evidence, I don't think people would wholesale dismiss it. But they're only saying that because they have no evidence to show. Get some evidence and then see what people say. Maybe we'll... then if everyone dismisses, you could say, okay, well, I tried. They all dismissed it, but you don't have that. We had a lot of arguing about definitions today. And, yeah, presuppositional apologetics. It's like lobotomizing your soul. But anyway, thanks, guys, for coming on, being a part of this. It was a great time. And, yeah, we will be back shortly. Thanks, guys. Praise God. Allah.
Woo-hoo.
Praise Allah.
Ramen.
Ramen.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
A partridge in a pear tree. And so, first of all, I want to just send links out because I have been procrastinating or not doing it. So we're just going to go. Here is Will's link if you would like to check out Will's channel down below. And then if you would like, here is Pat's link as well. So go check out both of that awesome content. And I want to also send special love to all. Actually, you know what? I'm trying to think of the order. I want to send all of the love out to there. I'm going to do it in reverse order.
Don't do it in any order. Just say to everybody at the same time.
Yeah.
Love
is
is
coming out like a fire hose.
Well, I'm trying to think which order to do this. I want
Who wants
send
to get blasted
all
by
of
Amy's
the
love
love out
first?
there to 700. Yes, that's right. We hit 700 last night. Not last night of the past.
Amaretto's down. Amaretto likes it.
And it wouldn't have been possible without all of you guys out there. So I want to send all of the love.
And I'm going to send all of the love for the 5+ unsubscribed she's going to get after this show.
We've been okay lately. We haven't had. We've been lucky. We've been growing pretty steadily, and we're part of the 700 club now.
The joke is, everybody, that after we start talking politics, people unsubscribe.
It does happen sometimes.
It's hard sometimes. I never know which side hates us. It's hard to tell.
You want to know why it
that's
happens?
a good thing.
It's because we're the kind of channels people come to get away from politics.
In a way, and it's a comedy channel, so it's kind of like a brain where you can go and relax.
We have a
and
mixture
though
of
it's
people here.
philosophical and scientific, we still cover social issues and politics. I tend to think about it as like a 1 in 5 ratio, maybe a 2 in 5
We
ratio.
try to bring
in
people
videos.
together more than we like to.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing
divide.
is, non-believers are such a big tent. Even though, at least maybe I'm just so love everybody, but even though you could be the conservative, liberal, moderate, when it comes to non-believers, we start to believe. I mean, if you Big Bang real, evolution real, global warming, or just the Earth getting warm, even where that's maybe that's not a conservative issue in America, but in most of the other countries, the team science is generally what we're fighting for. Pro-vaccination. That before COVID, we used to fight it on what was used to be the far left. Now we're fighting on the far right. Just the far.
Which we do need to take on that anti-vax thing soon. But that'll be a doozy.
I do have to say this, because it really means a lot to me. I want to send all of my love to Trevor Moore.
Yes.
The man, the comedian, and the legend. Trevor was one of the main creators of Whitest Kids You Know, among other great shows, movies, and podcasts. Not only will he missed, but we have lost a great man.
When did he pass?
Trevor Moore. It just happened. It just happened. We don't even know why.
It just literally just happened.
Exactly, the past few days or so. And so this was the episode that we just came upon it, and so I had to say something. Trevor. Exactly. Our love, and to all of his family, and to the Whitest Kids You Know crew, and to everyone out there, and fans and people.
Some people probably know I pulled an older video the other day of the Majority Report Sam Cedar, and he used to have a co-host Michael Brooks on there who died last year. 36, he just died all of a sudden, and it was just so surreal to see him, and to think like in that video he only had a few months to live, and he did. Yeah, it's wow.
It is.
Life is short. You never know how much time you're gonna get.
That it is. It's why I
cherish it while you have it.
There is the beginning and the end. Once again, it is the journey that we need to pay attention to. So I'm sending love to everyone out there as well.
We love you guys.
I hope you all had a fun time.
Keep doing what you're doing, Leo.
Exactly. Doing what you're doing. This episode of Midnight Ranting, we looked at why Islam is the truth, or rather look at a video that makes the claim, along with our fabulous commentary on top. I want to thank James W., along with our guests, Amaretto, Pat.
You guys should put us on screen.
She usually does at the end, so we can wave goodbye.
At the endings, at the waves, but we can do biblical account for the win. Ralph, Deconverted Man, Leophilius, Will, and Clockwork Rex. Along
Will's in disguise.
In disguise, wearing a fake mustache. Along with our awesome mods who make the stream
thanks,
so great,
guys.
and viewers like you. Thank you guys so much. If you're feeling fancy,
We do love you guys.
Don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe.
I just want you guys to know that FTW doesn't mean for the win in common usage.
It doesn't? Means nothing else?
It means F the witch.
That could be true.
It means
Amy,
F the world.
put you in charge of that.
Listen, we all have our place and all have our specialties.
And don't forget to hit that bell icon. That will give you reminders for our premieres and to join our live streams. What
And
are you
your
waiting
soul
for?
will
It
then belong
doesn't
to
matter,
us,
Twitch
so-
or YouTube. It's got that bell,
Yep.
baby. And
got your soul.
I got your soul. Your soul is mine. And also, that's what a lot of video games. Soul Stones,
Amy must be
Marvel,
a ghost
everybody.
because we can't see her anymore.
Sharks with laser beams on their head await her.
It happens. But also, come join us at the Discord community where we will be heading over to after the stream. Lastly, if you would like to help us make more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will all see you on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Kudos to Will. Just for men. The Just for Men's
Assalamu
deal.
Exactly.
Reese's Pieces upon her.
God is not great. Good night, everyone.
Peace and circle.